right, what is going on, ladies and gents? Welcome back to another live stream. How are we all doing today, ladies and gents? Thank you all for tuning in. Let me get, as usual, an audio and a visual check for this live stream. We had a slightly turbulent live stream yesterday. We had a very turbulent market yesterday. And we are getting straight back into it. So as we're coming into this live stream, ladies and gents, give me your audio visual check. Smash those likes up. Tell me that the camera's working good. You can see my chart and all that beautiful stuff. Good evening, ladies and gents. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for tuning in once again right here. When food stamps. 50k incoming. Let's go. Sammy to the rescue. We haven't broken the triangle. We actually sort of have, but we'll talk about that in this live stream. Shout out to MDX Crypto in the live chat. Welcome everybody to the live stream. He is loyal, yes sir. Welcome back. Audio's good, video's good. Thank you all very much. Ladies and gents, I have got a very special guest for you again today. You're actually not going to be able to guess who this one is, but he's an absolute legend. He pulled up to one of my live streams a couple of weeks ago. Like 6 weeks ago, and here he is. What's up, man?
All right, Moo, I'm taking over. It's my live stream now. It's my live stream now. I'm taking over.
This is one of my really good friends. I met him because he joined my VIP group. How many years ago?
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Can I say your name?
Yeah, you can do what you want, man.
Barat Agarwal. Absolute legend. You heard him pull up with his McLaren, was it? 6 weeks ago?
It's always been some different cars.
It's always, dude, he's got like 1,000+ horsepower 720S. Don't even ask me how that shit's possible. How we all doing? What's up, man?
But if you're interested to know, I can always help you out.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Let's just wait for a couple more people to come in. Smash those likes up as you are tuning in. Just want to make sure we're all good. No technical issues this time. Shout out to JR in the comment section below. Barat, bro, how do you feel about this market? Just initial impressions.
You know, I'm very excited because for a while I've had this suspicious feeling that, you know, the narrative that's been built as of now is that there's institutions coming, there's ETFs around the world, there's a demand for, it's all real though. I mean, it's all based on fact. But the thing about Bitcoin OGs, we know better. The price is still going to do what it's going to do. It's still going to have pullbacks. It's still going to pump its face off. And there's never really going to be a logical reason behind it. But they will build some narrative, you know, to explain to you, oh, this is why this happened. That's why that happened. But you and me know better.
Dude, if you're paying attention to the narratives and the news, you're late to the game.
Exactly, because the beautiful thing about technical analysis, which you've taught me over the years, and I think I've picked it up pretty well. I mean, to get good at anything in life, you need about 1,000 hours to understand the subject and 10,000 hours to become like Sammy Loyal right here.
Oh, yeah.
Right here,
right
this
here,
guy.
Man. What's
this
up?
guy,
What's
right
up?
here.
Yeah.
So I have massive respect to this guy right here, massive respect to him. He's really always guided me. You know, you guys get to see him live on YouTube. I get to see him live in person, smoke a few pipes, talk about cars, live life at the same time. Go for nice drives to the mountains, do all that stuff, and get our crypto shit done as well, you know. So it's been real, man. It's been really, really nice having a guy like Sammy around in my life because honestly, I came to the market just a little bit before the 2021 bull run when we hit the first top at 64K. And I was looking at the market very clueless, you know. I mean, I was like, okay, look, I see there's something here. I don't know what's going to happen, but I do feel like there's some kind of skin that needs to be put in the game over here.
Oh yeah.
So you know, as anybody would do, you go on YouTube and you like Bitcoin technical analysis, and then a little bit later, who else but Sammy pops up.
If you're lucky, you arrive at this YouTube channel.
You arrive at this channel. Yeah, and then you know, I think I'm almost double your age, to be very honest. Yeah.
Well, so apparently I'm 40 years old. I might be older.
Well, mentally, yes. Mentally, you're definitely 40 years old. But physically, I think, biologically, I think I might be double your age.
Yeah.
So it's very hard to bullshit a guy like me because I've lived life. I know what the real life situation's like. Yeah. So I always look at these YouTubers, I look around, and I can see the bullshit coming a mile away. I can see it all. So I really, see this sincere guy, and I'm like, this guy talks sense. He's always consistent. He doesn't really try to give you signals. He's not that kind of guy. He's the kind of guy who's actually talking a very simple yet effective way of analytically looking at the charts and just objectively understanding what the trend is going to be like. And I realized very early in life, I was like, if it's a simple thing to understand, then why complicate it?
Yeah. We always try and keep it simple.
Yeah, you keep it. I watch for it, man. You keep it simple, man.
So I wanna dive into the charts, and I wanna get your thoughts on things like Coinalyze as well in a little bit.
Coinalyze.
So let me kick this off and dive into this analysis here. Let's bring our face cams minimized. And ladies and gents, as you are tuning in, let's smash up the likes for Barat right here. We're going to get some very interesting analysis from Barat a little bit later on. He's actually been teaching me a thing or two in this market, which is absolutely amazing. But let's start off with the triangle. We already had a few comments about the triangle. So thank you all for dropping your comments in here. If you are just tuning in now, then welcome to the live stream here. We've got 300 viewers. Pump those likes up. We're going to be doing some very exciting analysis in today's stream. Let's take a look at this. So actually, I want to start off without looking at the triangle. I want to start off with these sideways ranges. We had our very important support level here at the 68.5k area roughly, which we absolutely plummeted through. We did end up getting the back test for a little bit of resistance, which was absolutely phenomenal. We also tagged our support at 65k. So far, completely standard procedure, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that we're not expecting. Absolutely perfect price action right here. And after getting that tag here, like I said, that back test, and we're just in the middle of the range. So this is very important to anchor us, right? I don't want us to be overreacting and thinking that all sorts of crazy shit is taking place in the market. Crazy shit is happening. We're going to get to that. This is the Bitcoin dominance chart, and we haven't actually seen these particular levels since, let's trace this back,
April 2021. I know my chart.
Right there, man. He's memorized all the key levels. We've got Ethereum against Bitcoin, also April 2021.
Breaking its lows, taking the liquidity down in 2022, and it's actually at an all-time low at the moment.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
a year for the last,
years.
yeah, big lows here. So lots to go through. Let's start off here then. So a little bit of indecision here. I think this is to be expected. There is going to be a school of thought where, buy the dip. We've seen a little bit of a dip, buy the dip. This thing is still in an uptrend. I think a lot of people are still bullish. And then there's still going to be some people that are like, you know what? I had a chance to sell up here. I had a chance to sell up here. And now I'm going to take this chance.
Now, since I'm on the live stream, and Sammy's always been a good teacher to me, how about I take over the mouse for 2 minutes and show them what you've taught me all these years?
Let's do it, man.
How's that sound?
Let's go for it.
I mean, it's a disclaimer. I'm not as good as this guy. I'm still learning from him, but I've been on it. I've been giving it time, and as you give something time, you start to learn. So very simply speaking, you look at this chart objectively. Yeah, you see a trend here. What does this trend say? You have these areas around the 5th of March where you have liquidity right here. Then you've got an area right here, the 20th of March. That's a higher low right there. Then you have another higher low right here. That's at the 2nd of April. So what's happening? What's happening is, let's go now objectively to the daily time frame. Let's see what's happening here. So we've got a massive area of support resistance from the previous bull run that we basically were finding resistance at, then we found support at. And then what happens? Once you've turned the resistance into support, you basically go and move out of the range into the next reaccumulation range. You really hardly had any movement here. And since the market's been bullish, everything moved up. We blew past all these levels of resistance right here with relatively little resistance, I would say. And that's actually scary for me because
if you don't have resistance on the way up,
you don't have support on the way down.
That's it.
Right? So, the fast move is always the fast move. So what I'm looking at today, what I'm looking at now is basically, we've got this high here. This is a new all-time high. And, if you objectively zoom out a bit, you've got the previous high here at 69K. Now, what's happening in this range is, usually when Bitcoin breaks out of a range into an all-time high, and this is me repeating what Sammy says like an absolute puppet, but I have it memorized by heart, and I think I know what I'm talking about. We should have done this with a lot more conviction. I feel like we've definitely got the market's interest. We've already got everyone's attention. Bitcoin is like the new high school prom queen. Everybody's got eyes on her. There's headlines being printed around the world as we speak. There's a lot of free marketing going on. Then Larry Fink comes in. There's the EDF narrative. So I believe that this price action here, it is actually a little bit based on retail FOMO. It's also a little bit based on the narrative of the ETF, which is heavily playing out. And now you have guys like institutions going and telling people and educating them about what a halving is. And to be very honest, if you were to take like a vertical line and you were to take it to the, where do we have it? 20th of April, I would say. When do you think the halving is, Sammy?
Let's actually pull it up. Let me steal this mouse off you. Where is the halving? It's right here. So that halving
6
is
days,
yeah.
So
five days.
19th
of April.
All right, 5 days.
Yeah.
All right, so I was close. Oh, look, I've already marked it at the
right
19th.
there.
There
Instinct.
you go, man. There you go. I've already marked it the 19th of April. Now, there's something that you and me have been discussing now for the last, I would say, 3 months, which is about the pre-halving retrace. And you and me have had endless conversations about this on the couch, on the outside, wherever we've been. We've been sitting in our cars and we've been driving at 200 kilometers per hour, and we're still thinking about the Bitcoin.
Sticking to the speed limits.
You know how it is, man.
Yeah.
Life at 200 miles per hour, right? Yeah, but you always have that chart at the back of your head, and you're like scratching your head, and you're like, okay, Bitcoin's moved up massively quickly, right? I mean, we've got this huge move. And this is just me thinking objectively the way you've taught me how to read these charts, right? So you take a measured move from the bottom where everybody was shitting their pants and everybody was like, what's going to happen to Bitcoin? I think we go to the weekly chart for that. That'll be better. Yeah, there we go. Let's take the measured move from the bottom here and we go all the way up to the top here. That's almost a 400% move.
It's a 5 times gain.
Okay, so yeah, I'm really, really happy. First of all, Sammy, I think I owe you a dinner, a party, and a dance because you were the only guy I know who was telling me to buy Bitcoin right here when I was calling you at night. And I was like, buddy, I don't know what's going on. My spot positions look like somebody took them to the back alley and shot them in the face. Everything looked dead to me. It looked like people were calling for like 3K. And MicroStrategy was out putting statements saying, hey, even if we reach 3K, we have some contingencies. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about?
Why are you guys even talking about this?
How is a guy like Michael Saylor coming out and talking about 3K and shit, man? I was like, I have exposure here, man. I mean, I've been buying the dip. Yeah, all the way from the top. And I was like, okay, 48K is a good level to buy. Let's buy some. 32K is a good level to buy. Let's buy some. 20K, oh, we're doing an SR flip. Let's buy some. And now we're at 15. This doesn't look really good, Sammy. What do I do here? And what did you tell me? Please buy some. And I'm glad I listened to you. It was a bitter pill to swallow at the time. But like you can see here on the charts, it's a 400% move. And we're better off for it, man. Because our strategy for accumulation is just buy spot and never let that shit go. Just keep your Bitcoin in place. It's a superior sort of value and currency to the dollar. You gotta stack up your Bitcoin and you gotta prepare for what's coming. So anyway, now that we've taken out the previous high here, I feel like this should have been done with a lot more conviction, and we still have a long ways to go as far as the all-time high is concerned, for the fresh all-time high. But now look at this chart. There is literally one candle to be printed till the halving now. So we're going to go back to the daily chart here, and we look at the time frame. There's really nothing left in terms of time frame here. So where is that pre-halving retrace time? Why don't you give me some of your thoughts about that?
So let me jump in here. So we've been talking about the phenomenal pre-halving sandwich, and that's been a running theme on this YouTube channel. Obviously, if we take a look back at some of our previous halvings, we have seen some Very interesting price action surrounding the halving, and I say that with a healthy dose of British sarcasm, because absolutely fuck all happened surrounding the halving, and that's
Crickets,
been proven.
man.
Exactly, it's crickets, right? And we take a look at the week before the halving. The week before that was nice here. This is back in 2020. This is the COVID crash of March 2020 when everyone's going into lockdown. The weeks after the halving, absolutely nothing. And this is actually going on for a really long time. We've got 70 days of absolutely nothing going on with this market right after the halving, and then things start to take off. But really, we don't see anything particularly fun until an entire, what was this, like 5 months later, 150 days. If we take a look at what happened earlier than that, we are looking at 2016, and it is the exact same case. The week right before the halving, absolutely nothing. The weeks after the halving, absolutely nothing. And then we finally get some movement. Of course, we've got to bear in mind that this is all happening on the weekly time frame. So we are looking at very large bits of price action
It's
condensed,
a macro environment we're
right,
looking at. We're trying
condensed
to see
into very small candles. And so if we just go back even further to 2012, we've got the same thing playing out again. We've got even more nothing happening in the market right before the halving and after, right? And this is exactly why, like, look, guys, ladies and gents, and put this in your calendar now. I am going to be live for the halving on the 19th of April. I'm going to be right here with you. Let's actually take a look at when this is happening on the on this timer here. This is at 11 a.m. UTC, which is about 2 p.m. Dubai, which is absolutely dead of the night New York and LA. But if you are going to be awake at this time and you want to watch a live stream on this YouTube channel for the halving, even though absolutely nothing is going to happen,
yeah, I'll still be awake.
Right,
I've waited for this 4 years.
Yeah,
I entered the market just around the time the last halving.
Yep.
Maybe even a little bit after. I mean, there's no way I'm missing this, man. I've seen the charts for way too long.
Get your popcorn ready. Get your coffees ready.
Yeah.
We're gonna be pounding Monsters and Red Bulls.
Yeah.
We are gonna be live right here. So if you are interested in that, mark that in your calendar. I have not scheduled the live stream yet, but that will be scheduled soon. But if we start relating this back to the present day, and as we do go along, ladies and gents, I do want to remind you that we are looking to absolutely decimate, nuke that like button. I want you guys to nuke that like button harder than Bitcoin got nuked yesterday. We are at 104 likes. Let's pump this thing up to 250. We've got 600 viewers in here nearly. Thank you all very much for tuning in. And as you are just...
How would we make this more interesting?
How are we going to make this more interesting? We could do a giveaway, but I don't have the facilities for that right now.
Even better than that. Everything's not about money, man.
What are we doing, man?
Only the charts are about money. If we get 500 likes, we're going to do a live stream from either your Ferrari or my Ferrari.
A live stream from a Ferrari.
And I don't care. Look, you're the technical guy. I don't really know how all this shit works. You've got a million things happening over here. That's your problem.
Wait.
I'm promising the audience, whether it's my Ferrari or whether it's your Ferrari, we're going to do... It doesn't even have to be a live stream. It could be a short video. It could be something. But let's give them a little bit of what we feel when we're not on the charts.
I like that.
How do we live our lives? Yeah. What are we doing when we're not on the charts? All that stuff, man.
Yeah.
This guy's way too conservative, right? He doesn't really show you what a baller he really is in life.
Honestly, I don't. Yeah. There's so much.
And I really feel like this is the conservative guy that really people really need to see who he is, except for behind these monitors and stuff. So let's get those.
I want to be like Daddy Huberman, the guy that's just always completely clothed. You don't see anything about him. He's just the intellectual, and then one day he's climbing that Oregon mountain and he's fucking ripped to fuck. He's got tattoos all over.
Sammy, you can still do that 30 years from now.
Yeah.
For the next 30 years, I suggest you keep those dreams on the back burner, and we can actually.
We're getting ripped with profits and with real life gains.
Yeah.
But ladies and gents, as you are tuning in, make sure you are taking advantage of the phenomenal offers linked in the description down below. We've got over $30,000 up for grabs with Bybit, which means that is free trading capital that you can deposit get deposited into your account. Any profits you generate are yours to withdraw. We've got a lot of altcoin analysis that I want to share with you guys in just a sec as well. And BingX and 2bit as two phenomenal no KYC alternatives to Bybit, which means that you do not have to submit a picture of yourself or your passport in order to reap those benefits, which is absolutely sick. You're getting over $100,000 in bonuses on BingX, which also allows for traditional finance. So if you want to take advantage of that, you can open up a new tab, put that in the background, put this live stream in the background while you get signed up, get your bonuses locked and loaded. You have got to start trading, maybe make a deposit depending on which exchange you're using and so on. You will find the links. You will find the details with the links. weeks. But let's come back to the chart here and talk a little bit about this halving here. What we do have is absolutely nothing going into the halving. So we are following standard procedure here. Now, we did see a nice big move coming into this with a huge uptrend, but these last few weeks have seen very little volatility relative to the rest of the trend, and I am not expecting that to change. What does that mean? That does not mean that that does mean that we can come all the way down to 60 or all the way up to 70, but the bottom line is that I don't think we're seeing a major breakout either to the downside or to the upside,
there is something I was I mean, this is just my analysis, and I wanted to run it by you. It's actually about the same point that you're talking about. There's a range that we've been moving in for a while now, right? We've been moving from 60K to 74K-ish, I think. You know, there you go. Let me take over the mouse for a second.
Just one sec. So with this halving, I am expecting limited volatility and sticking to this largely sideways trading range. Again, stuck between the range that you were talking about, the low 60s and the mid 70s. And if we do zoom in and take a closer look at where this thing could be going, I think one of the most important charts that I'm definitely curious about is this triangle. So if we zoom out and take a little look at this, we have got a very nice setup of support right here, which we have been able to hold so far. I've seen a little bit of talk about disaster looming if we lose this level, and I think there's actually some merit to that. And the reason I think there's some merit to that is if I go ahead and bring up this chart side by side, bam, this is actually the wrong chart. Let me go back to 2020. We've got the exact same setup playing out here. And just to refresh your memory, perhaps you weren't in the market, but I'm curious how many of you ladies and gents that are watching this live stream today have been here since this move in 2020. I'd be curious to find out how many of you were around to see this price action and for this breakout. If you were here, drop a comment telling me I was here back for this price action. It'd be very interesting to see how many of you were here. But if we do zoom in and take a look at, you were here, there you go. If we do take a look at what happened back here and just see if we can find any similarities, one thing that's very clear is we have printed a very similar ascending triangle with very similar horizontal resistance and in very similar circumstances. Because in my opinion, the single most important thing about this setup, we've got React Indian and Joey saying I was here, a couple more comments starting to stream in. What we did have before was this price action taking place at Bitcoin's all-time high. We've got a lot of people that were here. 2016, that was my first cycle, just like Barat right here.
No, my cycle was 2020, man.
There we go. Loved riding that dragon. This was indeed a very fun dragon to be riding. Khaleesi style, Game of Thrones style. If we do take a look at that breakout, that was obviously absolutely huge, and we've still got the same setup. So I really think that a lot of bulls are still going to be paying attention to this particular setup, holding their breath, hoping for that breakout to come. And of course, this line is going to be that invalidation. So for an invalidation, I'm personally going to be looking at, it's still the same thing. I'm personally going to be looking at that standard 1 to 3% breakout rule, right? If you get that 1% breakout rule, that's going to tell you that this is validated. Of course, to me, that is a little bit too aggressive, especially for crypto. I think crypto, you need to allow it to run a little bit more. And in fact, you want more than that. You don't just want the 1% or the 3% breakout. You also want the daily close. You also want the weekly close. You want to see different little things that validate the price action that you're looking at. But if we do get some sort of confirmed breakout, that could be the weekly close, perhaps throughout the course of today or tomorrow, we start to see a bigger dip. That to me would validate the loss of this level. And that's actually going to start to produce some really interesting setups on this chart, because if we come back over here and start to zoom in, we do have lots of horizontal levels, right? And it's the same thing that we were talking about over here, right? When you go up this way, you don't have a chance to establish any resistance on the way up, which means that you can't find any support. But now that we've been able to establish lots of areas that are important on this chart, right? Whether it's resistance over here or support at the same level, or the same thing for any of these other boxes that I've marked, that is going to mean we have a lot of speculative resistance areas on the chart. So if we do start to see that dip coming below this line right here, I'm going to be looking for back tests, and I'm going to be looking to see if those back tests are met with any confluence. And that's where I'm going to start to bring in some of our key indicators that we like to watch on this chart. We are starting to build that EMA spread on the 4-hour ribbon, which means that if we do start perhaps trading sideways a little bit like this, maybe moving down, we could start to come back up to these areas for back tests. And especially if we put some time between the initial break of this range and the back test, that to me is going to be a big sign that we could be looking at a further tumble down. So that is going to be a very interesting thing for me to look at. What have you got to say about that?
That was a lot of information to take
Yeah.
in, but nothing new. I knew what you were talking about, and what I actually am seeing here right now, Sammy, is like in this case here, you see how far we are away from that ribbon at the moment. So as you've always told us, price always gets pulled
It's
back.
magnetic,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
magnetic. It gets pulled back up to these areas. And if you were to just, how do you draw out here? Is that there you go.
All the tools are here.
If you were to use your brush tool just to predict how this ribbon would move, so you're actually looking at price, trying to come back, find support or resistance here, maybe reject, and then maybe bounce back up. And this is how you always, tell us how to look at the chart, because you can't just look at what's already happened. You need to also be able to have a little bit of intuition to see where it's going to go. So based off what I'm seeing here, if this EMA ribbon level, which is actually at a pretty crucial level, you've got the previous all-time high, which is all the way up here, maybe about 69K. I think this is that level.
Yeah, right there.
All right. Yeah. And you've got this box that you've got out here, which is already a major box of support or resistance based on what we do. So if we have this confluence and we have the 69K level here, and then we have price move into this area, this might be a good area to get rejected off. And then we could actually possibly maybe fall out from here. So what I want to look at with you is, let's say we zoom out just a little bit over here. What points do you think we could go to? Because yesterday I was with you on the phone right after this tank
Yes,
happened.
we were, yeah.
It was a very interesting time. And what I'm looking at is, if you were to just draw a line here, at the previous liquidity level, which is right here, you can see that, I'm not a expert on the mouse like you, but I think I'm doing an okay job. So now, how do you zoom in here?
Just scroll wheel.
All right, there you go.
Yep.
There you go. So, did we wick this level? Did we take it out? Can we just adjust it just so that
We didn't reach that level.
So, Sammy, this makes me very suspicious. How can we get this close to a level like this and not really take it out?
Yeah, I think in a lot of cases like this in particular, like even back in the day when I was a little bit younger and immature with this analysis, I'd literally just thicken the line and be like, look, that's good enough. My take on hitting levels like this, generally speaking, is that if you come within like 2 pixels of the range, I'm okay with that. I know that there is some debate about stuff like this, especially if we start looking at things like CME, which I do want to...
I was just about to come to that.
Yeah, this is obviously captivating a lot of people's attention. With the
right
gaps.
below there.
Yeah, let's pull that up. So we've got, where is the gap? It's right here. And we haven't quite filled that gap.
Can you mark that as a box on the chart?
Yeah,
please?
we've actually filled a little bit of it already because the gap was huge before.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but obviously now with this bit of price action, that was dealt with, and we're now left with just
What's the
this.
bottom of that range? Can we have that as a line or something?
Yeah, let's put a horizontal line right there. That sits at 64,200. And actually, very interestingly about the CME chart, I was actually watching this last night on the screens behind me. We had a premium on the CME chart before the dump happened, which turned into a discount, and then they kind of equalized, which to me implies almost indecision as well. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. It's not something that I think is too significant. There is definitely a lot of rumbles, a lot of rumbling about filling the CME gap. I've also seen a comment from Juan in the comment section here asking me, don't I think that we have enough liquidity up in the 72 to 75K range range for a liquidity grab before continuing back down.
Can I answer that question for him?
Tell me, yeah.
All right, so that's actually what's been on my own mind as well.
Yeah.
Because we were discussing this maybe 10 minutes before the stream. Yeah, mark that range out. So he's absolutely right. You know, why shouldn't we have a liquidity grab for that area right there? Because if you have people who went short at the exact top or anywhere close to it, you have all those shorts starting out from there, and there would be a very high chance that market would move up to take that liquidity out. But and to be very honest, if I can just have the mouse for a second, I'm going to show you what I was looking at. You know, there was this level right here at 72,000 where we made this move all the way back up after making a low, a higher low, a higher low, and then a top here. But we didn't really push through to take out the liquidity there. And if you see the range, that was just like 2% away, in my opinion. And we could have easily taken out, but we didn't. Now, that makes me suspicious because then after we changed market structure, we'd made a low and then a lower low, but we haven't really technically made a lower low from the point that we stepped up from. So, but look at how close we are now to this level where the CME gap is. Where is that CME gap anyway? It was at 63, 64?
64,200.
So that's less than 1%, right? So now, in my opinion, I mean, price always moves more towards whatever the closest target is. And while we were up here, I was looking at this level to take the liquidity out. And honestly, that would have been a beautiful level.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking at this level to take this out first and then maybe get a bit of a deviation down and then basically move back up.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people tend to get caught up in looking for these liquidity ranges to get tapped. You know, for me, what I'm interested in is it's basically exactly as you said. If we're close to this range, I don't think we're going back up here and then down here. I mean, that could happen. That's very typical of Bitcoin as well. And by the way, I see Crypto Kid in the live chat. Shout out to Crypto Kid, the absolute legend, 16 years old. I don't understand that.
I would love to meet this guy.
Dude, he's so cool. I'm Crypto Kid FA. I'm gonna introduce you to Barat.
I would love to meet this guy.
He is one of the best friends I have in Dubai, and I think I've been able to learn a lot from him. You are going to be able to do the same. But that liquidity up here, you know, to me, this is almost more of like, you know, almost at this stage, you know, just come down, tag these lows, then move back up. And this is, you know, this is going to depend more on if we're looking at a larger sideways range, right? And we've got to keep in mind, I think a lot of people have been talking about sideways ranges here, which to me is important because, and I've said this a lot, when a lot of people are aligning on a particular perspective, I'm going to be a little bit more kind of turned off from that idea simply because 90% of people lose money, right? So if I find that I'm agreeing with everybody, then that's a bit of a red flag. But if we do take a look at this sideways range here that we've been in ever since we entered this range, it has been a 45-day, 1.5 month time period here. I don't want to say that this is going to go on for significantly longer. We have actually seen that already, obviously. I do want to cast your minds back to what this market is capable of producing because we entered this range here, which lasted, that was 7 months. Yeah.
That was the most boring time.
Very painful.
Very painful, very boring.
Yeah. And so if we are looking at that kind of sideways trading range, then yeah, sure, tagging these ranges are going to be a lot more plausible. But to me, given the fact that we're in an uptrending, given the fact that we've had nice pullbacks, and this is going to depend a lot on the altcoins, which I'm going to get to. I've got some very, very interesting charts to show you all later on in this live stream. We're going to get to that in just a second. Smash up the likes if you are excited for that. Thank you all very much to those of you that have engaged with this live stream so far. I really do love you all. You know, that kind of sideways price action could be what enables that range to get tagged. Personally, I'm not looking for it right now, and I actually think, more importantly, that this was what you were looking for, Juan. I think that you know,
I agree.
And for me, it's like I'm not necessarily going to keep going like, well, you know, we got this, so we need to go higher and then higher because
no,
you know,
I agree because this was already taking liquidity from the all-time high, previous all-time high.
Exactly. It was a small fake out. It didn't happen with much. We did it again, right? I mean, we've got to keep in mind this particular green box here pretty much marks out the previous all-time high. So all of this price action happening up here with wicks in the 71k range, this is all just the top of the range that we saw where we were still deviating above the previous all-time high, and these are still liquidity grabs. I think when we can start to see it from that perspective, we're not going to be so desperate looking for more liquidity grabs because one of the key things that we can see is that it has indeed already happened. I'm going to switch flows a little bit and take a look at altcoins before I continue back on with the Bitcoin analysis. And I am nowhere near done with the Bitcoin analysis. In fact, very, very quickly, I do want to give you guys a very small teaser of what is going to be coming. I want to take a look at some of the slightly more interesting metrics that a lot of people perhaps don't typically look at. It's definitely not something that I typically look at using Coinalyze with this website here.
Making him look at it.
He is. He's been teaching me a little bit about it. And ladies and gents, if you've been using Coinalyze, I want to know about that. Let me know in the live chat if you've been using Coinalyze. I'll take a look at that in just a sec. I want to see how many of you guys have been using Coinalyze as well. But we're not going to get to this just for a second. I do want to take a look at altcoins for now, because to me, this is what is way more interesting, right? You guys know the deal on this YouTube channel. Not only are we here to have grounded, realistic technical analysis discussions, but we are also critically interested in making money, right? I'm interested in those safe, easy opportunities to pull profits in the market, where I can position my cash, make some money, get out. I want to make my 20, 30, 50%, whatever the gain is. If it's a home run like that Bitcoin trade that you guys know I've been talking about, then that's what I'm going to be aiming for, which is, by the way, still up here at a phenomenal, this is an extremely outdated screenshot back at $43,000 an entire lifetime ago. CoinGlass is better. We've got some people that are using similar softwares.
I think your percentage is so big now. It's
ridiculous.
It doesn't really have enough space to show it. So
yeah.
You're just showing an old one now.
Pretty much. I mean, it's just, I think the point has been made. We're in a 4-digit percent profit. And that's what I'm looking for, right? And I think that's where these altcoins become a lot more interesting. So I do want to focus in on the Bitcoin dominance here, because what we had was a beautiful sideways range here, which lasted a very long period of time. We then started to consolidate at the top of this range, which is our first big warning sign that a breakout is coming. We always talk about these characteristics of the markets, where when we start to hug a particular level, be it resistance or support, that is a strong implication that you're actually going to lose the price level. We're seeing the exact same thing in reverse with Ethereum against Bitcoin, and this is going to be an analysis that you're familiar with if you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. Shout out to those of you that are subscribed. We saw a huge bounce off this Ethereum Bitcoin chart level, off the 0.5049 level here for 0.49 BTC per Ethereum token, and that was a strong indication of strength in the market. But the next time we came back down to this level, we're not getting bounces like this, and the easiest way for me to illustrate that is by measuring this low up to this high, taking about 3 months, 87 days, and rising up by 74%. And if we look at the same thing happening over here, about 3 months later, 81 days, we're only up by 20%. These are very telling signs of how the market has gotten weaker. You can see that where previously on the Bitcoin dominance chart, for example, when we got up to this particular level, which was 48%, we saw major reversals, and they happened within 1 day. We are on the daily time frame here. The next time we came up here, we were just trading sideways. A very, very strong sign that the market has gotten comfy here and we're potentially going to be pushing up. That is exactly what we saw with this box, and even smaller, that's exactly what we saw right here, where previously we were getting these big rejections, we weren't able to stay in these highs for more than a day. This time we were able to float around here for an entire month. So I think it's absolutely no surprise that we've seen this breakout, and the implications for the altcoin specifically have been enormous. You want
to make some predictions on this before we move forward?
We are going to make some predictions, because just one sec, sure. Because this move up here is a 10% move up to the 60% range here, where we've got some big macro reversals taking place at this 60% area. We're getting nice big bounces here, nice big rejections. This is clearly the next key magnetic zone on the chart, and unfortunately for those of you that are too deep in altcoins, this is really going to sting. The way I see things at this stage, and it's been the same way pretty much since the breakout above 48%, there is nothing standing between Bitcoin and getting up here. Maybe a little bit of time, but the move is very clear. We're not really coming back down to these levels. So I do think that before we see anything like an altcoin season, we are probably going to be looking at tagging this range up here. Now, this little move, this is almost like the dollar and what it does to Bitcoin, because we can actually see like Bitcoin from its high that we punched in recently. Let's take a look at this here. managed to move down by 10%, but the dollar moved up by what, like in a very similar frame of time, 2%, or if we measure it from this low up by 3%, right? Very, very small moves on the dollar, huge moves on Bitcoin. If we take a look at what this Bitcoin dominance move has reflected for altcoins, these coins have been decimated. Matic, I think, is actually one of the strongest holders in this market so far, and this is actually a very, very nice chart. Honestly, a really interesting opportunity that I might be considering going long on. As I've said, there are phenomenal offers linked down below where you can make trades risk-free with the capital these exchanges are going to give you. With Bybit, you've got to do your KYC and start trading, and they're going to give you up to 30K in trading bonuses, and they're even going to give you a free $500 Bitcoin position, and BingX, link down below, is over $100,000 in exchanges, which is absolutely sick. This is the best time to have access to that kind of capital, because even if these aren't the right levels that end up holding, the money that they give you to trade is risk-free, which is super, super cool. I see that we've just passed 600 viewers as well. We're closing in on 200 likes. We are aiming for 250. So ladies and gents,
guys, squeeze those like buttons.
If you are enjoying this live stream, do me a favor and smash those likes up. This is not actually the most interesting chart here for altcoins. There are a few more. Solana has really been getting my attention recently.
Juicy, man.
Look at this. I mean, we've got this beautiful falling wedge, and it's actually really interesting. I was here live right when it happened. If we look at this on the 1 minute time frame, it was the moment that we lost this wedge that the dump really kicked off. And this was an 11% candle, and it literally, you can barely fit it on the screen. It did literally take place within like a minute or like 3, 4, 5 minutes, not much more.
Really quick.
These are big. I mean, there are people that got absolutely decimated on these moves. Yeah, just liquidation city right here. But these are good price levels, right? We're starting to see lots of opportunities come back in. And to me, that's always been very important, right? I'm not the kind of guy that's getting excited when we're setting all-time highs. That's probably exactly why you watch this channel, right?
I've seen you get bearish when we get to all-time highs.
Dude, I'm just like, whatever you guys are doing, fuck off. I don't want to be the same as you, right?
And I get bearish with you now. I'm like, hey, bro.
And the thing, I was on the phone with you last night, and I was like, I'm bearish, but I'm going long.
That's a very big oxymoron of a statement. What did you say?
But this is the thing, because I've got macro bearish theses in these markets, and we're actually starting to fulfill these, but I can't stop being long, right? I'm not closing out these long positions that we've been looking at over here. I'm still even in my Tron long position. I can't, if I'm not invalidated, I can't close them. But at the very same time, these kind of things do mark opportunities, which could be really interesting here. Let me show you a couple of them that I've been paying attention to. We've got Phantom right here with a nice big drop down to this $5.60 area, and I think where a lot of these coins are now, and this is gonna vary a little bit from chart to chart, but where a lot of these coins are now is that they've already punched in a low, and they're kind of just coming back down to these lows again, getting ready to potentially tag them again. Here's ARB as well, a very interesting chart, because ARB obviously is a very big crypto, right? I mean, this is a crypto that a lot of people know about. It's a major, it's a large cap, yet it just died. I mean, it just yesterday, if we look at this, 34%, I mean, this is in the last 5 days. It's, it's unheard of, right? I mean, this is, you don't actually get price moves like this more than, once, maybe 2-3 times a year. You don't really get this that often, but we are now in a situation where we've punched these lows in, and we're potentially looking at coming back down to these lows again. And to me, what's really interesting about that is it is still a bounce zone, right? We are still looking at support. It's not something that I want to fade. It's not something that I want to stop paying attention to. But at the very same time, how good was this area as support if we're already back down to it again?
And we're retesting.
Exactly. We managed to produce a 13% pump, and we're right back down to this level. And those of you that were watching this live stream just a few minutes ago, and by the way, we've pumped this thing up to 213 likes. Thank you all very much. Sammy Loyal equals no BS talk from Andrew M. Thank you very much in the live chat, mate. You are absolutely amazing. You're getting pinned right there in the live chat. You absolute legend. Pinned. I will pin you in the, do you want to drop a comment now?
Yeah,
take the spotlight away from Andrew in a few minutes. We do have, and it's exactly like I was saying a little bit earlier on, when you first get that bounce and you get a nice big bounce, that's going to tell you that there's a lot of conviction here. The second time that we're down to this level now,
that's a buying level right there.
It is a buying level, but we're not bouncing off it with the same strength. I don't necessarily think we're going to tumble below this level, especially because of how macro this area of support is. But this is not something that gives me, confidence. It's not something that gives me confidence that this area is going to stick and that we're going to produce big moves. It certainly doesn't mean that we can't. And in fact, in all likelihood, we actually might start bouncing off a lot of levels with big bounces. But if we look at this on a shorter time frame, it's not giving us that strength. And that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, because if we are going to be looking at even bigger discounts on these coins, that can get really interesting for where the upside could end up taking us. Just on these altcoins, Barat, and the Bitcoin dominance, how do you feel about this? I'll give you the mouse.
All right. So, I have some very specific thoughts on this, and I've expressed them to you earlier today when we were, just doing what we usually do, which is what? Chill with a nice pipe and smoke a shisha, and then bang out the charts and see what's going on. So, okay, I really agree with everything that you're saying about, 30-40% drops just between yesterday and today.
Crazy.
And, I would like to go back to the Bitcoin dominance chart here, because this just tells you a whole different story, right? If you've got, I basically look at Bitcoin dominance the way you've always taught me to, is that look at it like a DXY, but for Bitcoin.
Pretty much.
And that's actually a measured move, which basically, it's a yardstick for the crypto market in general. And if you just look at these moves, man, if the DXY pumps 3%, that's no joke, right? That's actually, if you look at the DXY chart now, it's doing something similar. And what's interesting to see is while DXY, if you could pull those charts up parallelly for me, Sammy, the DXY and the Bitcoin dominance, I'd like to show you something I've been looking at. Yeah, there you go. That's the US dollar index, and then you got so does this not look like the exact same fucking chart to you? Just recently.
To me, what this looks like is, the dollar is a measure of, the dollar index is a measure of the dollar against a basket of other major currencies. So the pound, Canadian dollar, Swiss franc, euro, and so on. When we're looking at the dollar move up like this, what we're really seeing is investors seeking safety, and that can be a result of high interest rates, for example. We're not going to get deep into that stuff because to me it's just not really that relevant. It's kind of fun as a discussion, but it's absolutely not relevant to making money. But we see this as a measure of investors losing confidence in their speculative assets. And we've seen that very clearly. Here's the S&P 500 just in the same time period, pulling back by 3% in the last 2 weeks. Very strong indications here that we are seeing weaker investor confidence, and of course, and we're seeing gold on a more macro scale moving up as well. So things are sort of looking like they're moving in the same direction. But we relate this back to Bitcoin, and it's all because we're looking for safety, right? We're moving up, looking for safety from altcoins. Perhaps because we think that Bitcoin can make us the big money, right? This is actually a key concept that we've spoken about on this channel a lot, where if you start to see Bitcoin dominance moving, if you start to see Bitcoin looking like it's super healthy, it's going to make a lot of money, you no longer need to be in altcoins. Altcoins are inherently much more risky, and if the big asset is going to be making you money, you don't then need to take so much extra risk to make money. Therefore, dump the alts, get back into Bitcoin. But on the flip side, when we start to see sell-offs coming in, that's also where investor confidence is not going to be sky high in altcoins, and you're going to be looking for safety, and money moves back into Bitcoin. It's always a very interesting discussion because no matter which way you look at it, if you're holding altcoins, you're screwed. That is in uptrends, right? Now, this flips in major bull markets, especially the later stages, because you've now milked Bitcoin for everything it can give you. It's not so interesting anymore. And the psychology of the market, which is super important to understand here, is that if you've already made a lot of money off Bitcoin, or you've already made a lot of money off the S&P 500, or whatever the case may be, you're going to have a very high level of confidence. And with that high level of confidence, you're going to be looking to take more risk. You're going to be feeling like anything you touch turns to gold. You're an absolute king of kings. And if you buy something, it's going to make you money. And I guess the really dangerous part about the crypto market is you're actually going to be right for a time, right? Like for like a period of 1 to 4 to 6 months, maybe, you're actually going to be right. You are going to be making money in those ways, and it's going to be serving you very, very well. And that's going to make you feel very, very smart. And so we start to see the Bitcoin dominance start to tank. If we can just draw this right here, this is where we start to see these tumbles downs, these tumbles down. I don't know what I'm saying here.
Can I say something about this?
Yeah, just one sec. So we start to see nice big drops coming here toward the later stages of our bull markets. This was summer of 21, exactly. And that was basically the end of the bull market. We did end up moving again toward the all-time high to 69K later on in the year, but this is where the mania really starts to happen, and it's always late stages of the bull market. To me, this is a very strong indication that we're actually in the early stages of a bull market here, which is why we really want to see Bitcoin's dominance climb up here, continue to get discounts on our altcoins, and then let this thing rip down, probably, likely, and it pains me to say it because I'm a Bitcoin maxi, but probably likely down to even new lows. Tell me what you think.
All right, so you've said a lot of it already, and I want we want to let people know that you've been a good master to the whole crypto game for me, and you've been teaching me very well. So what I was trying to actually say here is, when you look at these ranges where we got these absolutely massive rips to the downside on Bitcoin dominance, that's actually when you had alt seasons, mm-hmm. right? And if you look at this one as well, this is where you've got all these. I mean, this little down thing here, people have been screaming, "Oh, we're getting." This is not altcoin season.
It was crazy because that in itself was so much profit.
It was,
but it was what, like a 3% drop.
It was. Look at it in the macro. It's nothing compared to what we. So what I'm actually looking at, Sammy, and we discussed this a little earlier today, is Bitcoin will keep having. It'll keep being the star of the show, and it'll keep moving upwards. And at some point, it's going to top out, and it's going to absolutely rip to the downside, giving us that altcoin season that we've been desperately looking for. But as it keeps rising up here, I think we're going to see a lot of pain, because all these alts will keep bleeding to Bitcoin. And if you look at total 3 or total 10, any of these crypto market caps without Bitcoin or without Bitcoin and Ethereum, you're going to see the same story. You're going to see all of that market cap bleeding to Bitcoin. And that tells you a very clear story of what we're doing. And if you look at total 3, in my opinion, that's actually the best measure of. So
this total 3 excludes Bitcoin and Ethereum. This is only altcoins.
This is only altcoins. So if you look at these stages right here, when you get these absolute measured moves up, but at the same time you find this top. If you compare this to what the Bitcoin dominance is doing at that time, it's basically doing the other way. So we're now at a stage where we're seeing this massive tank on total market cap, excluding Bitcoin and Ethereum, and just in like a period of a day or two, we're seeing a 21% correction here. And what does that mean for the overall market? Because if you look at total market cap, we're still in that 2.5 trillion plus minus 10% range, but Bitcoin dominance is up and all the alts are bleeding.
I actually want to see total next to this chart,
sure.
just normal total, and see what that looks like, because I'm curious to really illustrate. We don't actually need to do this. We can just look at Bitcoin, but let's look at it all together. I want to see how big this dump was. Let's move this on to the.
Look at that next to the Bitcoin market cap.
Yeah. We'll do that in just a sec. I'm just curious about this one. I mean, that's very clear. That actually tells us a very, very. This is such a messy chart. Let me just delete everything.
Sure.
We've got this is an interesting one here. So we've got a floor. Let's punch that floor in over here, and the equivalent floor is probably about over here. And it tells us a very, very stark story. Yeah. I mean, all of this extra move down, this is just alts.
That's just alts.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've been doing my work, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look, I'm not a gangster trader like Sammy right here. I didn't obviously make all my money from crypto like this boy right here. I only put in what I can afford to lose, but I really believe in the entire ecosystem of crypto, and I take the trades that Sammy takes. I'm a copy trader. Why do you invent the wheel when you have a guy like this right next to you telling you what to do in his VIP? I'm happy with whatever you're doing for me. But I do look at the macro, and that for me tells me, all right, you're holding a significant portion of Bitcoin in your portfolio or its altcoins. When is it the right time to actually, at the end of the day, what do we want? We just want Bitcoin. What do we want the alts for? so that they pump and we flip them to Bitcoin so we can make more Bitcoin. What do we trade for? So we make USDT, and what do we do with that USDT? We buy Bitcoin. So at the end of the day, we want to see our spot bags on Bitcoin keep going up, because it's good as it gets rarer and rarer. We want to see our spot Bitcoin bags inflate with time, and we're going to make. It's very easy to just buy something, but when you run out of liquidity, or when your wallet runs dry, you get innovative, right? You get innovative in making money different ways, making Bitcoin different ways. So we look at the total market cap here, and we look at alts bleeding like that. That actually gives me a good indication that there may be a point very soon in the future that you can take a little bit of your Bitcoin, flip it for alts. I'm a top 10, market cap player. Yeah. I don't look at any other shit coins. I couldn't give a fuck. But if you could take a little bit of your Bitcoin, this is what you've been teaching me about flipping Bitcoin or ETH. And honestly, ETH is, of course, the most stable asset. But of recent, we've had a lot of eyes on things like Solana and Polygon Matic and Arbitrum and Cardano and all this stuff. And we could take a little bit of a Bitcoin, spread it out across a few alts. And when we see those alts pump against Bitcoin, we could flip back to Bitcoin and make more Bitcoin in the process.
That's the name of the game. And it's actually, in my experience, it's been some of the easiest money that you can make in the market, because
you don't have to do anything.
Right, and you're not necessarily banking on, like, these coins are going to drop really hard. For example, ARB is a beautiful example. I want to see the same thing on Ethereum. We've actually, just while we're live, we've actually just slipped below the 4.8 level on Ethereum. Let's take a look at this. I want to see the same thing on coins like Ethereum as well. And the reason this stuff is so exciting to me is, for example, Ethereum coming down here, you'd have to be incredibly pessimistic if you think that Ethereum is actually dying. And so to buy some down here, which is exactly what we did inside of VIP, this brings in a massive potential 50, 60, 70% gain. And that is, one Bitcoin turning into 1.5. And at current price levels, that represents a $33,000 gain. It's absolutely massive, and it almost just happens while you sleep. To me, the best part about this, a lot of people are very interested in, for example, selling their Bitcoin up at the $75,000 price level, right? Like, they want to offload their Bitcoins, buy them back at lower levels to make, 30% more Bitcoin, 40% more Bitcoin. And I totally understand that, but the problem you're going to run into there is if you don't do it properly, if it does not come back down to your price range, if
you're out of the game,
if it doesn't even retrace, you're watching Bitcoin, we don't know where it's going to go. And I'm not like a fucking, one of those bag holders that are like, we're going to 200, 300, 400, 500K, 1 million, whatever. We might, I hope we do. It doesn't matter. But if we go up from here, even if it's 80K or 90K, which is way easier to digest as a price target, you're going to be off that train. And that's going to be a pain which you really don't want to experience. But one of the ways that I've found to still reap that benefit without killing my exposure in the crypto market is by shoving capital into large caps at crucial times, just like this Ethereum chart. For me, it's Ethereum because I'm playing with serious money. A lot of you guys are playing with serious money. I don't want to mess around, right? The more you fuck around, the more you find out. I'm sticking with Ethereum here. I will be looking at other large caps. But to me, what this represents here is beautiful opportunities to make that 50% on my Bitcoin without risking my capital, without actually taking my capital out of the market, right? For me, my risk is perceived a little bit differently. My capital is at risk if I'm in USDT or USD. A lot of people might not see it that way, but for me, if I'm not in crypto, if I'm not in Bitcoin, that's where my capital is indeed at risk. And obviously that's a mindset which has paid me very well. Ladies and gents, I also want to jump in here and thank you all for smashing that 250 like target there. We are roughly 1 hour into this live stream as well. This has been a very quick hour. It felt like 5 minutes.
When you just said an hour right now,
it's like, what?
I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe my ears.
This is the thing about live streams. Like, they go by so quickly, but that's obviously because we're going through so much. A lot of people are like, Sammy, shorten the live stream. Like, how can I shorten this live stream? Like, how can I condense this into 5 minutes? There's so much absolutely critical alpha we're covering here. If you have been enjoying this, ladies and gents, do me a favor and smash those likes up. And while you're down there in the description, heading down there toward those beautiful links, also just double check that you're subscribed and you've got the bell icon checked, because that will notify you of more of my live streams when they're happening so that you don't miss out on this very time-sensitive content. What other thoughts do you have here? Look at this. We've actually got Ethereum sliding below that crucial
All right, so,
4-7 level.
if you ask me, I've got a very simple outlook over here. I can never be in a position where I don't own Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But I can digest being in a different position from Bitcoin if it allows me to make more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And if you were just to take a couple of levels over here, and we were just to draw a fib level from the low to the high, I'm seeing a 618.
nice.
I'm seeing a 618 level here,
Yeah.
which is basically, I mean, if you were to draw a little box, I've been learning from you, man.
Yeah.
I'm obviously doing live stream for the first time, but here's your range, and now you can basically look at this range, and then you can also, of course, if you're very bearish, then you can obviously look at this range here as well. But and then you can basically delete the.
And by the way, getting from where we are now down into this price level, like, I do want to just refresh you guys. Like, this is Solana. This is a major cap. This is a coin that absolutely everybody and their grandmother loves. And within 2 weeks, it's down by 20% against the dollar. If we take a look at Solana against BTC,
Bitcoin. I was just about to come to that.
Yeah.
That tells you the real story, man.
I mean, we're on the daily chart here, so we're not looking at a massive time frame. We're still looking at a 20% loss against Bitcoin here. So we come back to Ethereum against Bitcoin, and we take a look at what this Fibonacci is telling us. I know it looks like it's far away, but this is 12% away. This is a stone throw.
It's not that far away. And to be very honest, I've been looking at this little level right here because it's been massive support for us previously, and we have reacted off it before. But then if you zoom in here a little bit, and you basically look at this level here, when we basically broke this level and wicked down here, I immediately knew that we're basically going to be coming back down here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how high you bounce.
Yeah,
That's
it
such a
doesn't matter
horrible
how
sign
you-
of weakness.
Yeah, but now that we're down here, this is a very crucial level to look at because, honestly, we have dipped a little bit below it. But like you said, a few fraction of a percent doesn't really, is basically the same thing. If we were to basically make this move anywhere in this range, all the way down to this fib level right here, and this is basically a 9% move, which is more digestible. So anywhere in this range, I'm looking for a bounce on Ethereum. It usually does tend to get bought up a little bit quickly. So if we were to come, let's say, to this level at 0.043, which is basically 4.3% of ETH to a Bitcoin, that's exactly half the level that we were at the previous all-time high when ETH was 0.09 or 9% against a Bitcoin. So what does that tell you? Sammy, we basically can take one Bitcoin, flip it to like maybe 21 or 22 Ethereum, and when we have ETH have its day and have its spotlight and it goes back up to 0.09, which is 9%, what are we going to do? We're going to make more than 2 Bitcoin on the same level. And at the same time, we have our exposure in the market. We're not really out of the game. So for me, that makes a lot of sense. And that's all thanks to you, man.
Yeah. It's first of all, thank you for that. This is huge, and I think it's hard to downplay it. A lot of people are going to be looking at shit coins and meme coins to be making their money, and that's fair enough, right? Everyone's got their style, but for me, again, you're going to be more interested in the kind of things that Barat and I are talking about when you're playing with larger amounts of capital, right? When you're moving around a size of capital which is significant to you, which is actually significant to anybody, you can't fuck around and just put shit in Whiff or fucking Pepe or whatever, right? You've got to do things that are a little bit more sensible because you're also going to have a degree of understanding that when you're in crypto, you are already inherently in an incredibly risky environment.
And volatile. It's a volatile asset.
We've got to stay grounded. Like, just moving from Bitcoin to Ethereum in and of itself is a major step up in terms of risk, right? So when you look at it from that perspective, this is a much more digestible approach. But, and this is the biggest point that I stress with the kind of things that I talk about, right? You are not sacrificing profits. In order to buy here and then sell it just at the top of this range here, which is about 77%, or at the high that Ethereum set, which is just over double, you are still more than doubling your Ethereum if it comes down to these price levels. Now, obviously, your Bitcoin, my bad. Now, obviously, I would not give you financial advice about this. I really don't care about what you guys do. I love you all, but it's not my interest. However, it is definitely something I'm going to be interested in. Now, Barat, a little bit earlier on, you identified 2 key levels. Let me actually focus on this fib a little bit. We already know that the 618 is definitely crypto's most favorite Fibonacci level, and it certainly looks like we're coming down to it. We almost always tag it. It's definitely not something I would rule out. I'm just going to clean this fib up a little bit. Does adjust the levels ever so slightly. If we are going to be coming down to this particular fib level here, that is going to be a beautiful, potentially even complete reversal. I wouldn't rule it out. But that next Fibonacci level here at the 786, which sits at about 0.3 BTC per Ethereum token, that to me is also going to be an interesting buy. And you did mention that this is the very bearish price target.
Very bearish, yeah. It scares me to look at it, but I got to be open to all options.
You have to, because it's only 34% away. And that means potentially, I don't want to rule this out. A lot of you guys are on board with this with me, which is really good. It does give me some reassurance that we're not like too far down the deep end with the other headless chickens that are running around being bulls here. But if we are looking at a pullback into this range that we were talking about toward the beginning of this live stream at $43,000, that is a 40% move, and we've seen what happened with this very small 10% move. A 10% move absolutely decimated the altcoin market. The altcoin market is a shadow of what it was, and that only happened within one day. If we're looking at a bigger pullback toward key price levels like $40,000, which, obviously may or may not happen. I'm not saying that that's what we're looking at, but if it happens, and you cannot act like this is not on the cards, if it does happen, we could easily be looking at significantly lower levels against Bitcoin. And again, those are where the big money can be made. Personally, if I end up buying a bunch of Ethereum down here and we fall down here, I'm not going to be upset about that.
I'll just buy some more.
I mean, if I can, I'll buy more.
I'll just change some more Bitcoin and flip it to ETH. I'm getting so much more Ethereum.
It would be a very comfortable decision to make. Yeah. And the other thing that I want to highlight with you guys, and this is actually proven very clearly by altcoins, is the absolute lack of liquidity. If we're seeing big drops like this coming in, it's actually the exact same thing on the way up, but that's just not a discussion that people want to have. It's a discussion that I'll have on this YouTube channel, but in either case, if you're moving up in a straight line or you're moving down in a straight line, just like what we've seen recently, that is a display of a lack of liquidity. And really what that means is that there aren't actually that many buyers in the market. We had the exact same situation in 2021 when we were running up. We saw a lot of upward price action. There aren't actually any sellers in the market. We saw a lot of upward price action, but it wasn't because buying volume was super high. It actually wasn't, and we can show that to you on this chart. It was more specifically because there was no selling pressure. As soon as that selling pressure comes back in the market, it's like the tide goes out and you can see who's swimming naked, as Warren Buffett says. It really reveals a lot of things in the market. If you start to get situations like this where you're moving up very aggressively and you're setting beautiful highs and they're yearly highs, 2-3 year highs, and it's just all absolutely amazing. Everyone's making money. Everyone's getting their X back from the model that was partying on yachts out in Dubai, and that's all super amazing. When you start to get that crash and that crash starts, that is a display of just how little buying pressure there was in the market. It is undeniable. It slapped you in the fucking face. You can choose to ignore it again. You'll lose your money again. But this is not something that you can argue or debate. If we're getting big drops like this, it is simply a display of a lack of buyers in the market. And of course, they're stepping back in at these support levels. But that illustrates just how easy it would be to pull off the same move again with Ethereum right here. It is not something I'd want to rule out, especially because we have so much more space to go for Bitcoin's dominance on this chart right here. And to me, that is the best display of how Ethereum could end up making it down to significantly lower levels. I don't actually think that Bitcoin is going to pass this particular level. What do you think?
I think all eyes are on this level because it's massive support and massive resistance before that. If you go all the way back to like 2018, 19, that's a level that's been, it basically flips the paradigm on what's Bitcoin going to do next or what the entire crypto cap market is going to do next. So yeah, I think 60% is a very realistic target. But what it's going to do to the altcoins is absolutely hammer them, and they're all going to bleed back to Bitcoin. And when that's going to happen, I mean, the Bitcoin holders are going to be happy, but the altcoin holders, I see them going through a little bit of more pain for the next few months while this plays out, because I feel like we're in a period of consolidation right now, not only in Bitcoin, but in Bitcoin dominance as well. And it's been creeping up slowly. Every time we have a shakeout, Bitcoin dominance goes up. What does that mean? Bitcoin's a flight to safety, right?
Yeah.
That's what people do when they get scared. They don't want to get out of the game completely or lose speculation by coming into the US DT or USDC market. They go and flip back to Bitcoin. And that's what we're seeing right now with Bitcoin going all the way up to this absolutely monstrous level of 56%, which we haven't really seen in 3 years. And that's telling you the whole story. It's all eyes on Bitcoin right now.
Absolutely. And again, I think that's only going to strengthen if we see further continuation to the downside here. I do want to come back to Bitcoin here for a little bit more analysis, but before I get to that, ladies and gents, I have not gone through many of your questions and charts. So if you have specific things you want me to look at, start off with some Bitcoin or macro related questions for the market. If there's anything that you want my thoughts on, please put it in the comment section now. I'm going to be monitoring it very closely. And after that, I am going to start looking at some of your altcoin suggestions as well. I do want to look at some of the fun and stupid ones like Doge as
I'm
well.
going to call it a night because I really don't have patience to sit through all this meme coins and all these shit coins. It's
honestly, neither. Yeah, it's not that exciting.
I know you got to do it for your fans and for your fam and for your followers, and you go do your thing. I'm going to rip the board here.
Cool.
And I would love to be back here. And if we do hit the likes, even after the live stream ends, the offer still holds.
Yeah, we'll do a Ferrari video. I like it.
All right, how about this? We do both our Ferraris. That'd be better, right? We take both our tops off, we get a little bit of action, do a little bit of living the life, and we talk crypto.
Yeah, sounds good.
That's the way we usually do it. Might as well do it that way as well.
Let's do it, man.
Thank you very much. All right, man.
Thanks for tuning in.
My pleasure, man. My pleasure. And thank you for the shisha. Thank you for the hospitality. Thank you for your advice as always. And I'll keep troubling you.
All right, man.
Yeah,
sounds
I
good.
still need you as a guide here.
Cool,
all right, man.
You
Take
got
care.
it, man.
Take care.
Take it easy. You
all
too,
right,
man.
Cheers, man.
Be well. All right, guys. Here we are. So that was Barat, again, a very good friend of mine who I met a few years ago here in Dubai. And what are you driving back home tonight?
This.
He is driving home a Cullinan tonight.
A Rolls Royce Cullinan, yeah.
Right there, British luxury. No, Indian luxury now.
Yeah, no, it's still British luxury. It's still a BMW owned thing. It's not Tata. It's not Land Rover.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is. Although it's my favorite thing. It's got all this orange interior. It's got a starlight roof.
It is cool.
And, it's got all that stuff. So yeah, when you're in the mood to just chill and come smoke a shisha.
Let's do it in the Rolls Royce.
Yeah, we could sit back down and talk about that because we could always do it in the any of my Rolls Royces. Actually, we could do it in this one. We could do it in the Drophead. We could do it in the Ghost. No worries, man. We could do it in any of that.
Sprinkle Rolls Royces.
Yeah.
Across Half Desert Road.
There's a very rare Rolls Royce that I collect it, so I don't drive it too much. It's only one of 35 in the world. And it's got the world's longest converting roof, one of one color, one of one interior. It's the first time that they color coded the engine to match the paint. If we hit 1,000 likes, I will bring that out as well.
All right.
And I trust me, that's very expensive for me to drive because it's a collectible and I really don't like putting miles on it. I basically drive it when it's really good weather like right now. Go to the yacht club, come back, and then park it back in maybe a few miles around, town. That's it.
Amazing.
I will bring it out if we get 1,000 likes.
Cool.
If it's 500, then I'm bringing out the Ferrari.
Only a Ferrari for 500 likes, ladies and gents. There we go. Thank you very much, Barat.
All right, man.
I'll see you around.
Take care,
Be
bro.
well. Cheers.
Right. Cheers.
Let's see what we've got in the live chat here, ladies and gents. Thank you all for dropping your comments here. And I'm not going to spend too much longer on this particular live either. I'm just going to go through a couple of questions and probably call it off here. It's like Barat said, actually, I'm not crazy for these altcoins. I'm definitely going to be looking at them for some opportunities. And honestly, I mean, while I'm saying that, Doge is at, honestly, potentially the most important price level on this chart right here. Sitting at about 15 cents against the dollar, 16 cents. What is this? Yeah, 16 cents. So that is quite interesting as potential support. This is not something I would go long at all. That would be financial suicide. But it's an interesting level anyway. I mean, if you've got enough capital left from your bad decisions, you might still be interested in taking a look at those kind of price levels. Let's see if we've got any kind of macro questions here in the live chat before I do wrap this thing up. And before I do go, I do want to highlight these phenomenal offers to you guys in the description. If you haven't already, feel free to open these links up in a brand new tab and take advantage of these offers. When you start trading using my link to Bybit here, they are going to give you up to $30,000 in completely free trading capital that you can continue to redeploy into the market. It is money from them to you, and you can do whatever you like with it. Any profits you generate are going to be yours to keep, which is super, super cool. Let's see what else we've got here in this live chat. This stream has been on for 3 hours. I'm not sure where you got that from, bro. We've actually been live for about an hour and 12. Can I get a free membership? Reach out. We'll see what we can do for you. The Ethereum halving is coming. There is an Ethereum ETF obviously looming. A lot of people are talking about that. Solana, a bigger drop is coming. Will it ever go back? Of course, I think it is going to go back. I really do think it's going to go back. Finally, an Indian without a British accent. Okay. Do we really care about his Rolls Royce? Well, I think some of you will care because Rolls Royces are cool. Let's see what else we've got here, though, in terms of suggestions. So what are some of the coins you guys want me to go through? There's a little bit of Pepe. Let's take a look at Pepe right here. We've actually started to lose that level just while I've been speaking about it. Let's see if there's anything happening with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is starting to just move down a little bit. I think that if Bitcoin manages to lose this particular wick here, we could be looking at some further downside coming in back down to the support area at about $65,000. So it's going to be eyes on that for a little bit. Let's go ahead and look at Pepe and see where that is at. Pepe fell down into a really weird range. It's got absolutely nothing here in terms of support or resistance. It didn't even really wick down to its previous high right here. This chart is in free fall right now. I think that if it comes back up, this would actually be a really interesting setup for it. In fact, I'm just going to set an alert for this now so I don't forget. I do think that there are two potential levels that are interesting here. I'm going to mark out the first one over here. We've actually consolidated here. So that is a potentially interesting price level to see Pepe rise up to. And then the next one that I want to pay attention to is going to be up here. I can't say, you guys asked me to say the numbers. I'm sorry, I'm not showing the chart. Fuck. Sorry about that. You guys are probably screaming at me. No, you're not. Wow. Yeah, but we have got on Pepe here, just absolute free fall. I mean, if we take a look at, where that high was and where this wick came down to, we didn't even come back down to it. We did see a bit of a recovery and now we're back down, which is the similar kind of setup that we've seen across the altcoins here. Sorry for not showing my screen. I made a mistake, but anyway, it's all good. By the way, someone asked me when I'm getting a haircut. Probably when I can afford one again, when Bitcoin moves up, I guess. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I do think this is actually quite interesting. I do want to set a couple of alerts here. Let me actually just go ahead and refresh the chart because I can't seem to do that right now for some reason. Let's move back to the Pepe chart. And this isn't really something I would trade. I mean, this, at best, it can only be something that I do for a bit of fun. But, it is an interesting price level. And, yeah, if we manage to rise up into this area, there is some potential resistance here. I think the better resistance is going to be up at this particular price area for Pepe right here. To potentially grab a little bit of resistance up here and then continue on back down. That would be very interesting. And this is all assuming that we're in a downtrend, right? I think a lot of you guys who have got conviction that tells you otherwise, maybe you guys are thinking more so along the lines that this is more of a buy the dip situation and we're going to recover. Well, then this is just a really cool blessing. But for me, almost regardless of where we're at, if we've got, if we've fallen down below support levels, I'm going to have to expect that those levels do become resistance the next time, and so this could be a very interesting price level for Pepe. Other than that, onto the downside, I don't really see much. There's a little bit of consolidation in this particular range, but I don't really think there's much we can do with that. If we look at this on a much more zoomed out perspective, we do have this high right here at like 450. Again, it's a very weird number to read. I'm not even going to bother. 452,000. I did bother. There you go. That could be a potential area to be scooping up some Pepe as well for a bounce. But I mean, it's just so ridiculously risky that I just cannot bring myself to care about it. Matic, oh my God, it's just starting to lose that area of support. Wow, that is a shame. And of course, we know the drill. As we start to lose particular areas of support, we're going to have to reframe things and look for that next area. But I wouldn't rule out a deviation either. If we lose this low right here on Matic, then I think we are no longer looking at a deviation. So this is still potential deviation territory, but we are right on the edge. We might even get a resolution to that question. Now, if we end up continuing to fall below that, we are seeing ARB also just matching its low from yesterday now as well. Let's take a look at Link. Wow, look at that. Link is back down to a critical area of support on this chart as well. Yeah, very messy price action here, isn't it? Is the price action messy, or is it my drawings? Let's find out. But and yeah, ladies and gents, let me know in this live stream, how did you feel about that? Barat, who joined me a little bit earlier on, is not a YouTuber. He's just a very good friend of mine who actually is super knowledgeable about the markets. He's definitely got very good insights on the markets. He's super switched on, and he's one of the guys who probably, is similar to a good number of you as well, who is interested in, kind of positioning capital in important ways, and then just kind of holding it and waiting for resolutions on those moves before potentially closing them off. He actually bought Solana down at like $16 and sold it up at like 180, 200. So, those are the kind of big moves he's looking to make. And to me, that's actually the really powerful stuff for a lot of people, because, when you start to pull off moves like that, you're making a lot of money without really risking a whole lot, which is actually quite cool. But I want to know what you guys think about collaborations on this YouTube channel. It's usually not something I like to do. But if you guys like it, it does bring a fresh perspective. It could be very, very cool. Someone's saying, because of my haircut situation, I'm going to be looking at an afro. I'd actually love to grow out my hair, but unfortunately with my genetics, it's just going to look disgusting for the next like 2-3 months if I did, minimum. So I'm not really going to do that. But Link down here approaching a beautiful area of support at about $13.60. We do get some deviations here, which makes it very, very risky, but let's see. It looks like Bitcoin might have lost that price level now. Yeah, we are down into that area of support. We are seeing that dump continuing to strengthen live on stream, ladies and gents. So if you are enjoying this live stream while we are live with some very interesting price action, then do me a favor and smash those likes up. Look at that. We are now down to $65,000. We have revisited that particular low. And we could be looking to head down into the $64,000 price range today now on stream, which would be very, very interesting. We are seeing Ethereum continuing to tumble as well. It's not looking great for Ethereum either. Your friend is cool. Nice to have him on. Thank you very much, Delilah. I hope you're doing good as well. Very cool to see familiar names and faces in the live chat. Solana right here at $135, right in the middle of a range, approaching its next area of support as well. Again, opportunity absolutely everywhere. There is no other way that I want you all to be looking at this chart, to be honest. This is the best case scenario for the chart. You want to see nice pullbacks because they allow us to make next moves up and reposition our capital in very exciting ways. Bitcoin dominance continuing to rise up just while we're live here, right now setting somewhat fresh highs at about 56.5%. So that is very, very cool. Ken is saying absolutely 64. We are continuing to rise up with Bitcoin's dominance live on stream here. Look at this. We are just continuing to move up. We're on a very degenerate 1 second time frame here just for a bit of fun. But if we do zoom out onto the minute time frame, we are definitely pushing up with Bitcoin's dominance continuing to close in on that key resistance area up ahead. And it's actually not that far away, right? We're actually going to meet it in about 3%. So not even 3% from here. What is it? Just 1.6% away from where we are now. So that is very, very interesting. Ronnie is saying that the top is in. Ladies and gents, let me know in the live chat. Do you think the top is in? Tell me in the live chat the top is in or the top is not in. I would be very curious to hear what you all have to say about that. But Bitcoin dominance continuing to set fresh highs here. Let's take a look at the actual Bitcoin chart. An absolute waterfall sell-off. We did just see a small recovery here, but we are now Just looking at potentially even continuing this thing down. If we lose this wick, that's it. We are probably going to see a much bigger drop. Getting a little bit of defense here, but that is it. We have lost this wick here, and we're probably going to see a much deeper continuation. Perhaps down into this next area of support, which I have marked out as 63K. Look at that. Lose that wick, and it is dumped down by 0.7% within just a matter of seconds, which, just on, for example, 10x leverage could be a very, very big move. That's a 7% profit, just like that, super, super quick. Now down by 1.1% and 11-12% loss here. The top is not in local top correction. Now, I completely agree with you, Delilah. I do not think that the macro top is in whatsoever. I do think that we are just going to be looking at a perhaps slightly deeper correction before continuing on. And it does actually look like we've swept the low from yesterday, which means we are now setting fresh lows as well. These are price levels, by the way. I do want to remind you guys, because this has been a little bit. These are price levels that we have seen just 20 days ago. So obviously it does look like there might be disaster in the market, and I can totally understand why people might say that and feel that. But we're not actually looking at a situation that's particularly horrible. Let me actually scoot over here to my favorite chair in the office and grab the shisha pipe while I'm live with you guys, because fuck it, here we are. Smash up the likes for the shisha pipe. Yeah, that's good. That is good. Let me see what you guys are saying in the live chat while Bitcoin is continuing. Oh, look at that. We've just hit 64.2. We were talking about that in the live stream, and we've just hit it. Let me actually call him up, because I think he's going to be interested in hearing about this. I want to see what Barat's reaction is to this. Let's get him live on the stream. Yo, man, you're live on stream right now. We were talking about a $64,200 Bitcoin, and we have just tagged that level.
Yeah. Oh, no way.
Yep, we have just tagged that level. I'm putting this phone right to the microphone here. We filled that CME gap. Do you think we're...
No way. Did we just do that right now?
Just now. Bitcoin dominance at 56.5. Ethereum's down at $3,000. Every altcoin has lost its area of support. Solana's down at 133. Arbitrum's down below $1.
We called it, man.
Oh yeah,
called it,
just an hour ago, bro. Just an hour ago.
Insane. All right,
Crazy.
so I can't wait to get back to the charts,
Yeah.
and let's find some trading opportunities here, man.
Hell yeah. I'll see you in a bit, bro. Take it easy.
All right, bro.
64.2 right there. Beautiful.
No
Cheers.
way, man. I'm shocked.
All right, man. See you in a bit.
Cheers, man. Cheers. Thank you. Bye.
There we go. So live on stream, and exactly that particular setup playing out there. So that is absolutely sick. We are up to 800 viewers in the live stream today, ladies and gents. Welcome to the live stream. If you are new, this is the most grounded, realistic technical analysis you're going to find on Bitcoin, and we are always only purely doing this from a perspective of making money, keeping our capital safe. We're not looking for any crazy ADHD shit. We're just looking to move our capital in safe, healthy, responsible ways and make our nice profits and then leave, right? We're looking for in and out, make your profits and go, that kind of energy. Nothing crazy, nothing sexy, nothing like that. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. I'm not in this market for highs or for emotional thrills or anything like that. This is purely a place for me to accumulate profits, and do so in safe, healthy ways. We've just closed that hourly candle. It is now midnight here in Dubai, and that also means that this entire move happened around the close, which is very, very interesting. We also closed the 4-hour candle, so that's no surprise. In the last few minutes of the 4-hour candle, we see that big move down taking place there. Let's come back to Bitcoin dominance here. We have started to level out just for a minute. We managed to hit a high of 56.65%. If we take a look at altcoins, we're seeing a small recovery here. But actually, these kind of recoveries now could turn into very interesting SR flips. I actually... 1 second, guys. I actually think that this could look very interesting for some potential trade setups. I'm not saying that I would want to go short here, but I'll definitely consider it, because look at this particular price level for Matic. We've moved down below this level, which I said rules out the possibility of it being down. It doesn't rule out the possibility, but it definitely makes it a lot less likely in my opinion. So if we do start to see recoveries back up to these kind of key previous support now resistance levels, that could turn into very interesting short setups for the market here. So that is something I'm going to be keeping an eye out for as well. If you are interested in trading these markets in the same place that I am taking advantage of this price action, then you can find the links to the exchanges I'm using with the description down below. Bybit offering huge bonuses and some phenomenal no KYC alternatives. That means no pictures of yourself or your passport. You can keep your privacy to yourself and still trade on these exchanges, which is absolutely sick. And you are going to get over $100,000 in exchange bonuses. That means, you know, free capital you can deploy, discounts, all sorts of stuff, which is super, super cool. Obviously, Crypto Capo is having the absolute time of his life, looking for significantly low price levels here. Obviously, it did take him about $50,000, $40,000 of price action to start being proven correct here, but his Telegram channel is popping off, and he is super, super excited about this, which is very interesting. Here is a CRO chart that Crypto Capo has just posted in his channel. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I'm just curious at what CRO looks like over here. They actually want to start sponsoring this channel, ladies and gents. Crypto.com. Let me know what you guys think about that. Should I take that sponsorship from Crypto.com? Do you guys want to see a little bit of Crypto.com on this channel? How do you guys feel about them? I would be very curious to know what your opinions are. But let's go ahead and look at this on what do we have? Yeah, we just look at the trading view chart. I think that would be simplest. And I don't know if I see a short here. It doesn't, you know, it looks like a bit of a random level to go short on CRO. It's not really something I would do, but it certainly has a very long way to drop. So that could certainly be interesting. Delilah saying your technical analysis rocks, Sammy. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate it. Solana probably hit 120, then bounce back a bit. I definitely think that could be possible. Thank you for your insights. Got to go now. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day. Bounce from CME gap. It looks like, well, I mean, if we were going to bounce, we probably would have bounced by now. That's typically the way I put it. If we are going to produce a bounce a lot of the time, not always, but a lot of the time, we are going to get that bounce fairly quickly. You know, so to me, you know, we've kind of, I mean, you know, I'm not going to rule it out, but, you know, if it hasn't happened yet, then will it happen, or will it be strong if it does happen? I don't really know. Fenyon thinks we're dumping down to 59K. Wow, we've just fallen below 64. Take a look at that right here. Let's stick to a slightly smaller time frame here on the 1 minute, actually, just because we can really get an intimate view of what's going on here. We have managed to slide down below $64,000 here. So still a lot of volatility on the chart. And I'm sorry, I wasn't showing the chart again, was I? That was my mistake again. Sorry about that. There is a lot to be taking into account with this price action. So sometimes I do make small mistakes like that, but yeah, let's see what else we've got here in the live chat. Yes, you love Crypto.com. CRO rocks. A lot of you guys like CRO. That's good to see. What is happening? Can anyone tell me? Oh man, that is the $1 million question, isn't it? Insane, yeah, dude, it is insane. 52K, Pepe, Shiba, sell or hold. Oh my god, that is a hell of a question too, isn't it? Nurse Jelly saying we are getting fucked. Absolutely, yes, yes we are. I guess. Well, not really though. I mean, we don't want to be seeing the market that way, right? We don't want to be like making ourselves victims of the market. Really, all we're doing, and I've said this already a little bit earlier on, just to help us kind of anchor ourselves, all we're doing is we are revisiting price levels that we weren't at for a grand total of 20 days. So really not that long, really not that concerning at all, in my opinion. 20 days ago, we were trading at this exact same price level. You know, this is really not a big deal at all. And it is just, I think, still putting us within the same sideways range. So while Lord Voldemort is saying it's all over, you know, I do think that that we do still have some something to celebrate here. Just the fact that we haven't even lost this sideways range to me means that we are still. I don't even think it's a huge fire sale. Andrew Richards saying this in the comment chat. It's in the live chat. It's a huge fire sale. It's definitely a nice discount, especially on altcoins, especially looking at things like Bitcoin's dominance. But I don't actually think that we're looking at a situation where this is a huge discount yet, or this is actually like anything bad that upsets the market dynamic in any way whatsoever, because we haven't even lost the range. We've been sideways since we entered this entire range. We've been sideways here. This is about 45 days, and we still haven't exited this range. So to me, it's just not that bad. It's just not something that I'm concerned about. $63,500, ladies and gents, as we speak. We are plummeting even lower. I do not have space to fit this on the chart down here at 63,200. That was our critical area of support, and we have just tagged it. Absolutely beautiful. So pretty much everything we're saying on stream happening throughout this live stream today, ladies and gents. Smash the likes up for that. That is exactly what we were looking for in this live stream. We have now tagged my next key box in this range. We bounced off the previous one, rejected off the previous one, and now bouncing off this one right here. We have one more critical area of support in this range, sitting at about $60,000. If we lose this area of support, it's going to be down to the next one. In my opinion, it's always the same thing. When you lose one area, you go down to the next one. And so I am going to be looking at this low $60,000 price tag to see a potential bounce. I'm still open to the idea of deviation. So if we fall down a couple of percentage points below that, that's completely okay as well. Wow, we've just plummeted below it right there. We're not actually making use of that box. Wow, it's getting very intense, ladies and gents. We're pushing up. Bitcoin's dominance also continuing to move up a little bit. I don't think this is going to change for a little bit. Ethereum has just swung below the $3,000 price area. Wow, what a huge bit of price action today, ladies and gents. There is a very special chart I want to show you a little bit later on in this live stream, but I'm going to tease you guys a little bit. I want to wait until we can smash those likes up a little bit more. So if you want to see this super interesting chart, those of you who are regular viewers, you might know what I'm talking about, but if you want to see the super interesting chart, it's not something I show often, even on this YouTube channel. Let's get those likes pumped up. Can we hit, and this is mega aggressive, but can we hit 750 likes? Can we hit 750 likes on this live stream? If we can get there, I am going to show you guys a very interesting chart. It's going to completely turn things upside down for you guys, and it is going to be a very interesting setup, and I'm going to show it to you on various different charts as well, and it might actually help you position yourself in very interesting ways in this market. So that would be very exciting. If you want to see that, smash those likes up now, ladies and gents. Double check that you are subscribed as well. Look at Solana falling down to the $120 level here, getting absolutely decimated, minus 21% on Solana here. SEI down by minus 25%, continuing to set brand new lows right here live on stream. $61,000 for Bitcoin, ladies and gents. This is a huge move down right now, ladies and gents. Look at that. We have completely reset the market, and again, just to anchor us, to make sure that we are not doing anything unhealthy with our psyche right now. We are only down to a price level that we were at 24 days ago. Even if we dump all the way down to $52,000, we were only there 48 days ago. That is literally only a month and a half ago. I'm sure nothing was particularly different in your life a month and a half ago. So I really want to make sure that we're not getting too carried away with FOMO and excitement and stuff like that in this market. A lot of people confused by the halving. Obviously, we do typically tend to see halving corrections. I don't think that that's what this is yet. I think that if we are seeing a halving correction, it's probably going to get a lot more intense. To me, this is still trading within the same range. And I want to help us anchor ourselves while all of this is happening. I know a lot of you guys are kind of starting to get a little bit stressed out and stuff like that. That's why you turn up here, and that's completely fine. I'm here for you guys. But what I want to do is take a look at this from a slightly different perspective right here on this chart. And like I said, ladies and gents, if we can get this live stream up to an extremely aggressive target of 750 likes, I'm going to show you guys a chart which is literally going to turn everything upside down for you guys, and it might be something that enables you to make some very profitable decisions in the next little bit. This is the time for that to happen. if you want to see that chart, do me a favor and smash those likes up. Double check that you are subscribed so you don't miss out on this very time sensitive content here. But let's start off with just completely reanalyzing this market so we can anchor ourselves, okay? We really need to make sure that we're anchoring ourselves. A lot of people are going to get carried away with this price action right now. A lot of people are going to be panicking unnecessarily right now. This is clearly not what you're seeing on my face, and I'm going to explain why right here. And I do want to show you guys that very, very interesting chart in a little bit as well. So 750 is too bold. It might be, but let's pump this thing up. And I mean, we're up to 1,400 viewers. We've literally doubled in viewer count in the last like 10-15 minutes. So if only half of you guys like the stream, we're already there. So you know, we definitely could end up getting there. Thank you all very much for tuning in today, ladies and gents. I do want to highlight to you while you are watching that you can open up these links in the description down below and get huge bonuses that you can deploy into the market right now when you start trading using my links in the description down below. BingX is a phenomenal no KYC alternative to Bybit, offering you over $100,000 in bonuses. Bybit itself giving you up to 30K, over 30K actually, in free trading cash that you can deposit into, that they will deposit into your account, and you can withdraw any profits you generate with them. So super, super cool. All you've got to do is start trading using my link. You can do that right now on stream and get your bonus. So that is sick. I wanna restart this chart with you guys and show you guys something very, very interesting. Wow, look at that, 550 likes. I thought it was ambitious too, but we're already up by 200 likes here. Live chat is going crazy. Let me. Someone's saying Iran attacked Israel. Really? I don't believe it. I don't think so. Is that really what we're looking at? Iran attacked Israel? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh shit. No. But that they haven't attacked it. Flying over Iraq, heading towards it. Fuck me. Whoa, is this real? No way. Holy shit. 50 Iranian drones launched toward Israel several hours before reaching Israeli airspace. Drone activity sighted over Iraq. Airspace over Iran, Jordan, Israel set to be shut. What the fuck? Holy shit. What the fuck's going on, ladies and gents? Fucking hell. Alright. Well, I'm not a politics channel, so I'm not going to focus on this too much. Obviously, I think we're all a little bit curious about it, but yeah. Why is the war affecting crypto? Well, I mean, you know, when things are looking scary, people don't want to be taking risk. I mean, maybe that's why this is happening on a weekend. I don't know, but obviously everything is closed. Let me show you guys this Bitcoin chart, though. We've actually, look at that, we've already recovered back up to 62K. Let me show you guys this Bitcoin chart. I think it's really interesting, and it's really going to help a lot of you guys stay anchored in this market. We're only 150 likes away, by the way, from that massive target that I was mentioning. Let me stop talking about that for a second. And all I want to do is, look, we've got a completely bare naked chart here. Let's talk about this from a fresh perspective. We're going to do this again when we hit 750 likes as well. So smash those up if you are interested. But the first thing I want to do is outline our top of the range, right? This is our resistance, right? This is where the price was topping out. So to me, this is quite an important price level on the chart. I'm going to go ahead and draw these out with, let's use purple for now. Actually, purple is not very easy to see. Let's use, yeah, we just use, nah. I'm sorry, guys. Let's go for blue. Blue is nice and easy. We've got a nice blue box right there at the very top of our range, stretching from 71.5 all the way up to 74K. The next thing I want to do is show you guys the bottom of the range. And the bottom of the range that I'm seeing looks something a little bit like this, right? So stretching it out to the same exact place, we're on the daily time frame here. We're looking at a range that looks something a little bit like this, okay? So this is stretching from 59K up to 61. We just bottomed out in this range. Anything that happens within this price range, ladies and gents, I need you to pay really close attention to this. You can even get your notepads out if you want to. Pause the live stream if you have to. Anything happening in this price range is still in the same range, okay? If you're looking at this from a more zoomed out perspective, all that's happening is we are in the exact same sideways trading range that we were in, that we've entered a very long time ago. 45, it wasn't actually that long ago, it was only a month and a half ago, but for crypto, fairly long period of time. Okay, anything that happens is still within the same price range. We can also prove that by looking at this on the weekly. If we look at this on the weekly, it's really not a very jarring chart. 3-day might be a little bit easier to digest. We can keep going like this. We can just keep looking at random time frames, but the point certainly sticks. We have been trading, basically consolidating in this price range for a good amount of time now, and it is still the exact same range. Crypto Capo saying we are almost there at capitulation, which is absolutely amazing. He is definitely getting excited with this price action. Is this a market top? How are we feeling, ladies and gents? Let me know in the live chat. Are you guys feeling like we have fully topped out now? Where are we in terms of sentiment on this live stream today? Are we feeling like the market has fully topped out, or are we feeling like this is something a little bit more temporary? Maybe we bottom out in the low 60s. Maybe we drop down to 50 or even 40, but the bottom line is that we could be rising back up. Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at this. This is interesting. So if we stay on the 1-day time frame here, this is the bottom of our range. Now, until and unless we lose the bottom of this range right here at the 59K level, stretching up to 61K, I think that we are still staying in the same range. If we lose this level, then what this becomes, and this actually has very strong implications. I'm so happy you guys are live with me right now so I can tell you this while it's happening, because this is the right time to be hearing it. If this is what we're actually looking at, right? And this is going to be a sideways range that ends up collapsing below our area of support, and then we tumble even lower. This entire range becomes distribution, right? If on the flip side we move up, then this entire range is accumulation, right? That's just how the market works. So if we end up moving down, this entire range is going to look like distribution. It's going to look like basically the market moves up and smart people start slowly selling off their Bitcoin, because you got to bear in mind, they've got a lot of Bitcoin, right? These smart people have got a lot of Bitcoin in this market. And so if they need to sell off their Bitcoin, they're going to do it quite slowly. They're not going to do it super quickly, because if they do it quickly, they print candles like this. So they need the price to trade sideways for a little bit. And then every time you get to the top of a range, you sell a little bit, you sell a little bit, you sell a little bit, right? That's what these ranges can be if they're distribution. If it's distribution, that probably means we're going much lower. But what we need to keep in mind is we basically need to anchor ourselves with one very simple question. Are we entering a major bear market? Yes or no? I actually want to know in your live stream. Are we entering a major live stream? Consta saying, good point, Sammy. Thank you very much, bro. Nice with the live stream. There we go, ladies and gents. Are we entering a major bear market? I want to know what you guys think. Yes or no? Are we entering a major bear market? If we're entering a major bear market, everything is fucked and only thing we can do is short and then whatever. If we're not, okay, if we're not that pessimistic, if we're not feeling like we're entering a major bear market, then we know from Bitcoin going back a very long time that the worst price action Bitcoin will pull off within an uptrend is, and I will show this to you right here, stretching back to 2017. Let's take a look at this. Then the worst that we can expect is going to be a 40% pullback, right? This is back in 2017, 40% pullback, and then we're done. We continue trading higher. Before that, what did we see here? 40% pullback, and then we begin trading up again. Right here, what did we see? 35%, 36% pullback. Continue trading up. Over here, 33% pullback, continue trading up. One thing that is unequivocally clear, and there are very few exceptions to this, 38% pullback, continue trading up, is that if we are in an uptrend, we're only going to be seeing a maximum of a 40% drop. What do you guys think in the live chat here? The question was, are we entering a major bear market? And the answers that we have in the live chat are a lot of resounding no's. Absolutely all of you saying, no, we are not entering a major bear market. Only a few of you have said that we are, which is very, very interesting. It's a shakeoff in my opinion. I completely agree with you. I absolutely fully believe that this is a shakeout, and I'll show you how low I think this shakeout can go. I can't believe we are. Every halving, there has always been... There you go. I mean, Noah Davis, you're bang on. This happens every halving. It would be the exception if we did not do it this time. When majority says no, then the answer is yes. Metal, I do agree with you. If the majority of people are saying no, then it might mean yes. However, this is not a YouTube channel where you find such stupid viewers like the rest of YouTube. So you've got to keep that in mind as well, right? A lot of YouTubers, a lot of YouTube viewers are a lot more, how do I say, like they're not so good at what they do. This channel, you can't really like watch me and still be stupid, because I probably would have upset you too much, and you would have left a long time ago. So a lot of resounding no's here in the chat. Imagine selling pre-halving. Yeah, exactly. And this is the kind of thing that actually shakes people out. A lot of people ended up getting taken out of their positions before big moves happen. And it's exactly like I showed you here, right? I mean, sitting through a 40% drop is not easy to digest, right? I mean, it's very mentally taxing to sit through a 40% loss, especially when it literally means that you've lost nearly half of your money, and to continuously be sitting through that is not easy at all. But I think that these could definitely be shakeouts. Now, if we come back to the chart though and take a look at this Bybit chart that I was drawing out for you all, that means that we could be looking at a maximum drop of about 40%, right? So if we put a horizontal line there, let's say that this is a potential absolute floor for the market. This in and of itself, ladies and gents, this in and of itself only puts us down to a price level which we were at 63 days ago. 2 months ago. Okay, now I know, and I've already said this in the live stream, I know that your life was not different 2 months ago. Okay, this is not a very scary picture. Just moving down to where we were 2 months ago is not a horrible is not a horrible setup in my opinion. But before we even get there, the next thing I want to do, because we did anchor this analysis by first looking at the sideways ranges that we've got printed on this chart here. And by the way, ladies and gents, we are up to 2,000 live stream viewers. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm very happy to be able to be live with you all here while this price action happens, making sure that we're staying very anchored, we're not making stupid decisions, and we're staying extremely calm. Okay, you guys need to understand that the people who have taken money from you in the past in the crypto market, the people who you have lost money to in the crypto market, are the kind of people that are very calm and level-headed. They are not getting upset at all, regardless of how low the price goes, whether there's a 20% drop or an 80% drop. They're not losing their cool. Those are the people that you've lost against in the trading market. We are not going to be those people this time, ladies and gents. That's why you're tuning into this live stream. So if you do appreciate that, ladies and gents, smash those likes up. We had a very ambitious 750 like target for this live stream. We are so close to smashing it. When we do, ladies and gents, I'm going to show you an extremely interesting chart. If you guys are new to this channel or you don't watch it often, you've never seen this before, even if you watch this channel often, you probably haven't seen it before, because I don't talk about this often, even on this YouTube channel. It's not something I typically cover. If you want to see that, let's smash this live stream up to 750 likes. And also, double check that you are subscribed to this YouTube channel, because you're always going to be getting very time sensitive, grounded, realistic technical analysis content on this channel, especially at times where it matters the most, right here. So we are at 132,400 subscribers. I would love to see where we can take this up to. Let me continue on with the analysis here. We started off by drawing some sideways ranges here just to anchor ourselves so we can start to visualize key things in the market, and we can start to detach ourselves from the numbers. I really don't want you to worry about numbers. And in fact, for the next little bit, I would prefer to not say numbers, but I know some of you guys prefer it if I do say numbers, so I'll stick to it. But we don't want to pay attention to the numbers right now. We're just looking for the shapes, okay? So if we're looking for the shapes, what we want to see is, where does the price start trading sideways again? Where do we start to get reversals? Only those two things. The next key price level that fits that criteria is unequivocally right here, and that sits between $51,000 and $52,000. The reason I'm saying these numbers out loud is so that you guys can also paint these on your chart if you are interested in doing the same thing. Now, that is our next area on this chart. This is a potential bounce zone. We understand how these markets move. They only move in ranges. If you're not in a range, you're trending, okay? Very, very important. The market only has two ranges. This is something that we've already covered, obviously, extensively inside of the 4 Flies Academy course, which those of you who are inside of VIP are going to be getting access to for free a lot of the time. You can join by following these steps on screen. This is exactly what we're interested in right here, ladies and gents, is the only 2 things the market does. Number 1 is it trends. Number 2 is it ranges, okay? We can actually demonstrate this very, very clearly. I'm going to show this to you on this chart right here, just using a series of vertical lines just to separate what we're seeing in the market. This is the number 1 best thing you can do to help anchor yourselves to make sure that you're not getting carried away with these moves in the market. These moves in the market are like massive waves in the ocean, and if you're getting swept away by them, you are in trouble. Let's take a look at this and separate the market starting from the absolute low, okay? I want to look over here. From here up to about this point, the market is trending, okay? We are very clearly, there's no room for interpretation, we are very clearly trending. From here up until about here, we're ranging, okay? There is some trending still happening, but not much is happening, right? We compare this to what we saw before, it's a 30% move. Over here, from the point we entered a range to the point we left the range, it's a 6% move down. We stretch up by about 20%, but it's really not that much. From here up to this point right here, we're trending again, okay? This is trending. And I'm going to start coloring these in so you can very, very clearly understand. In fact, I'm going to color them in now because this might get confusing if I don't color it in. So let me show this to you like this right here. You know, we have got a trending environment here and a trending environment here, okay? And then we are trending again over... We are trending again in this little block of price action. I'd say up to about here, we're trending. Yeah. You guys are starting to follow me. You guys are starting to understand what I'm talking about, yeah? So we're trending only in these blue boxes. Anything that's not in these blue boxes, we're ranging. We're going to get to that in just a second. But if we take a look at this right here, we are trending again in, where is it? We start trending about over here. And we stop trending, let's say about over here. Bam, right? Look at that. Very, very clear. Super, super clear. There's no, we're not doing that. We don't have anxiety about this. We're staying very detached here. We're just looking at the raw facts of the market, ladies and gents. We have a very, very clear trending environment in each of these boxes and only in each of these boxes. Now, when we're not in one of these boxes, we're trading sideways, right? And these sideways ranges, I'm going to draw them a little bit differently. We're very clearly starting to see different phases in the market, okay? I'm actually going to move this a little bit. And we're not interested in looking at exacts, right? It doesn't matter, if you do this exactly or not. We're just looking for generally understanding what the market is doing. This really helps us anchor ourselves so we don't start getting irrational with what's going on. And we can really start to separate the market and take it for what it actually is, seeing that, we're either trending up or we are ranging sideways. This is a very, very useful way to visualize the market. This in and of itself allows you to visualize what's going on very, very clearly. It allows you to stay detached from the market and not worry about the price action that we're displaying here, which is the best thing that you can do for yourselves in this market. If you're already finding this useful, let me know by hitting up the like button so I continue to carry this on. Or if you want me to change to something else, let me know. I still have a lot of stuff to go through with you. I haven't actually gone through any of my notes yet, believe it or not. We've been live for 2 hours and I haven't even gone through any of my notes yet in this live stream. So I'm curious to know how you all feel about this particular bit of analysis so far, so that I can carry on with it. Yeah, cool. So this is just sideways over the space of months timeline. Exactly. That's exactly what we're looking at. Can we look at it before the halving? I mean, we can do this constantly, but it takes a little bit of time. If you guys are okay with it, I'm going to show this to you. This is the BitMEX chart. I can't do it on this chart. I'm going to show it to you just with vertical lines. But it really helps to separate things so that we can just take the market for what it is, right? Trending environment or ranging environment. That's it. There's only 2. You're only ever doing 2. There's never an exception. Loving this right now. You're great. Good, good. Glad you guys are enjoying this one. So if we're in this kind of trending environment, if we're in this kind of range environment, and as long as we don't break the range, we're chilling, right? As long as we don't break the range, it's completely fine. Now, if we do end up breaking the range, maybe we're looking at another big range like this, right? And we could end up perhaps trending down, and that would really fit in very well with the halving narrative. So it's still not something that I can bring myself to be worried about here. Which color was I using? I think it was this color, yeah? Maybe we end up trending right now and we enter a new type of range here, and then if we come back to the previous chart that we were looking at right here, that next area of support, this would be our next trending environment. It would look like this red box right here. It would take us down to our next area of support. Naturally, when you lose one area of support, you fall down to the next area of support. So that's a very easily digestible bit of analysis as well. Now, if we lose this particular area of support, the next sideways range that we're looking for is this one right here, and it takes place looking something a little bit like this. This chart should be looking very familiar to you guys right now. It's the exact same chart that I've had printed on my screen for a very long time. This is the main way that I do my analysis. It's a very easy way to do analysis, and it's 100% correct as well. So that is also very, very useful in these markets. Now, if you look at this particular sideways range here, this tells us a lot about where we could be finding more support. If we've got our maximum 40% dump, and we've already agreed in the live chat that most people in this live stream think that we are not entering a major bear market. Well, if we're not entering a major bear market, and by the way, ladies and gents, we're so close to 1,000 likes that we might actually get that live stream in the Rolls Royce. We were talking about a live stream in the Rolls Royce a little bit earlier on. Well, we are very, very close to 1,000 likes. If you want to see that Rolls Royce live stream, let's pump us up to 1,000 likes. I am going to show you that very special chart in just a moment as well. But when I show it to you, I'm going to make one very special request, and I need you guys to not break this promise with me. I will tell you guys in a little bit when I'm done with this bit of analysis. But if we all agree that we're not in a bear market, and if we agree that in a bull market you will only see a maximum of a 40% drop in a bull market, well, then that puts us down at this $44,000 price area, the very, very top of this previous support range. This is absolutely beautiful. It is a nice range that we've had on this chart for a very long time. It's exactly where the price topped out previously when we first hit these price levels for the first time ever back in early January of 2021, and it's where we've seen a lot of other critical price action. We've seen a major bounce coming off this particular area here. If we measure this up, this move takes Bitcoin up within 1 week by 43%. We've seen another major reversal coming off the bottom of this box, which sends Bitcoin literally up to its all-time high within about a month and a half, up by 66%. We get a major crash and it recovers off this particular price level. We get several very strong rejections off this price level. We even get a fake out, and when we come back below that fake out, we're looking at a 60% drop basically in one leg, or a 64% drop down to the absolute low. And on the way back up, this is the only significant rejection that we get after the $30,000 price level. Everything very clearly points toward this being a beautiful level on the chart, and also because it's beautiful, also potentially being a very important support area on the chart as well. To me, if this is Bitcoin's worst case scenario, it's just not a bad picture. Now look, we are not there yet. We haven't even broken out of this range. But what we know is that if this range ends up failing, this range is very small, okay? This range, there's not much going on. If we trace it back, it's actually quite important, right? If we trace it back, there are some very important rejections that happen at this price range, right? Look at this. From the top of this range down to the bottom, we're down by 25%. From here, we're down by 37%. From here, we get a nice bounce that takes us to the all-time high, right? There's definitely some interesting price action here, but the atmosphere at this 52K level is a lot thinner than the atmosphere in the 42K level. So naturally, if we lose this area of support, I'm not really going to expect this level to hold, right? We might get something that looks a little bit like, and this would be the ideal situation, is you get something that looks a little bit like this and then back down, but I'm not expecting this level to hold, and so if we do end up coming back down to this next area, which is clearly way more important in the market, well, then we could be looking at something very interesting. Of course, the best level, the absolute pinnacle of all support levels ever for crypto is going to be between $28K and $31,000. This is the best area of support that we could possibly fall down to. And to be honest, I don't actually think we're going to fall down there. I mean, I would still love it if we did. It would be the healthiest thing for the market to do, but I don't know if I'm going to place bets like that, right? I don't necessarily want to expect something like that. And you know, if that does end up happening, then great. But if not, cool. You know, it's not something I'm going to pay too much attention to. And by the way, as I'm speaking, ladies and gents, look at this. Ethereum is continuing to slide lower against Bitcoin right here, setting fresh lows just, what was this, like 20 minutes ago, setting fresh lows against Bitcoin lows that we haven't seen for 3 years, ladies and gents. Absolutely crazy price action there. But coming back to this chart here, sorry guys, bit of neck, whatever that is, but as we do come back to the price here, you know, really nice pullback, you know, would put us down into a beautiful zone. So to me, this is kind of Bitcoin's worst case scenario. And even if Bitcoin does something worse than its worst case scenario, it basically just fulfills its best case scenario. There is no losing from this chart is my point. Again, I have to reiterate, if we come back down to this yellow line at $44,000, right, which is Bitcoin's worst case scenario in a bull market, that only puts us back down where we were 65 days ago. That is only 2 months ago, ladies and gents. Only 65 days ago that we were down at these price levels. A very short space of time ago. That is 8th of February since we were back at this particular price area. So again, we're really not losing much in terms of time, right? Like if you get a little setback like this, you just keep in mind that you were literally there 2 months ago. It's literally only 30% away from where we are right now. You just can't be upset by these kind of things. You just can't be worried about these kind of things. It is so normal in the crypto market. And really the only problem with a lot of people right now in the market is that you haven't experienced this, right? Like if you're one of those more fresh blood traders here, if you're one of those traders that hasn't really been in the market for long, hasn't really been exposed to the craziness of crypto for long. Maybe your friend told you to get in a long time ago and you weren't listening and you finally got in at $48,000 when the ETF was approved. If you're one of those people, then this might scare the fuck out of you. But if you've been around for a little bit, then you're actually going to know that things just aren't that bad, right? I mean, this kind of thing is actually very typical. And it's like, what's surprising is that we haven't done it yet, you know, but if we end up pulling it off, it does put us down into very important price levels. And you start to build a narrative, right? You start to build a story. One thing you've got to keep in mind is that these things are going to happen anyway, right? We're going to get pullbacks anyway, whether you agree with them or not, whether you like them or not, whether you expect them or not. But the number one thing about these pullbacks is they're going to look really bloody obvious in hindsight. They're going to look really obvious in hindsight. And so our jobs as traders is to make sure that we can preempt these things before they actually happen so that we can position ourselves to make money off those moves. This is where it gets really exciting. We've been looking at altcoins throughout the course of this live stream. Altcoins that have fallen down to absolutely beautiful price levels where, again, we've literally already just been here like 40 days ago for Solana right here. I mean, we're really not setting ourselves back by much. But in terms of prices, I mean, from the low down to where we are now, 42%, it's absolutely huge, right? This represents huge opportunities that are coming at you very quickly, which is exactly what you want in crypto. Nobody's joining crypto to make money slowly. We're all joining crypto because we want to make money quickly. Well, that's exactly what the market is starting to print in front of our eyes right now. There is absolutely no cause for concern. There's absolutely no cause for fear. This is what we want as traders, and what's even better than all of this as a trader is getting a ton of free cash, ladies and gents. We've just pumped ourselves over 2,100 viewers in this live stream, nearly at 1,000 likes. And if you want a lot of free capital that you can take with you into this market, the links below to Bybit are going to give you up to $30,000 in free trading capital that you're going to get in your account with 0% spot trading fees when you start trading using my link down below. The alternatives over here, BingX and 2bit, will not even ask you for a picture of yourself or your passport, and they are also giving you enormous bonuses. BingX is giving you over $100,000 in bonuses, and the coolest part about BingX isn't even that. The coolest part about BingX is that you can trade Tesla, you can trade Apple, you can trade Forex, Euro, GBP, and a bunch of other cool shit like that. You can trade gold. There is a lot of shit on BingX, which is actually really cool because not right now, obviously, but eventually these markets end up getting a little bit boring. But if you've got over $100,000 in bonuses when these crypto markets get boring, you can just roll that cash into another market that's completely different to crypto, and you can still trade them as well. So that is super cool. You can check that out in a new tab while you watch this live stream here. But again, this to me is exactly what we're waiting for. So really not a bad situation in this chart at all. Now, I'm seeing a lot of talk about this Iran conflict with Israel. I want to take a look at this and just see if there's any kind of development about this, because this is kind of crazy. I don't know if it's actually going on. We're talking about like World War III right now, apparently. A lot of people in the live chat. And Jordan coming in saying they're ready to shoot down any drones that violate its airspace. I don't know what, officially marks the start of potentially World War III, but that certainly looks like it could be something that doesn't help, or maybe something that does help. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But Iran attack on Israel. When was this tweet posted? Yeah, just a few minutes ago. Iran confirms massive drone attack, believed to be over 50 drones launched toward Israel, reportedly including missiles. Drones have also been launched from Yemen. Fuck me, this is quite crazy. Airspace of Israel, Yemen, Iraq, and Jordan set to be shot or already have been. What the fuck? This is insane. I just want to take a look at like flight radar and just see if we're still looking at like the same things being reflected here. This is of course the Middle East. I mean, flights are, yeah, wow, holy shit. There's no flight activity over. Is this normal? Some of you guys in the live chat are gonna know better than me, but there's nothing. Look at this, ladies and gents. Over Syria, over Iraq, over Jordan, over Israel, there's nothing. Yeah, these are probably flights that are like, damn, yeah. Are we seeing a lot of flight diversions? Holy shit, what is going on? This is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly not a loading error. Like, we are clearly looking at, like, actual flights not being in this airspace right now. Fucking hell, that is crazy. Anyway, well, I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to focus on this too much, but I see so many of you guys talking about this in the live chat today, which is why I just wanted to touch on it. You guys have ended up smashing through that 750 like barrier, so I want to show you something huge, which is going to be very, very interesting in this live stream. Jerry A saying, no, it's not normal. Real stuff is going on. Almost no airlines fly there. That is normal flight activity. Okay, Ken is saying it's normal flight activity. Funding Dreams is saying everyone deviated. I think you mean diverted. Crazy. Maybe that's... Yo, gold was pumping up in the last little bit. Whoa, this is crazy. Gold was pumping up in the last little bit. Look at this. Like, right before this shit started to get... I mean, we don't know how crazy this is going to get, right? Like, so far, it's been a lot of talk and nothing really happening, but it looks like that might be changing right now. Israel's Channel 12 reports the military is targeting sites inside Lebanon. So that's Hezbollah. Wow, okay. Let's not get too distracted. I know you guys aren't coming here for that. I think this is clearly why crypto is falling down. From a technical perspective, my stance does not change. Obviously, what's going on in the global political scene is fucking insane. But, for these crypto markets, for anything technical analysis related, you can't see a war on the chart, right? What you can see are pullbacks and stuff like that. And to me, that's going to be what I think is a lot more important for this particular discussion. Obviously, I'm trying to stay sensitive about these things, but this is a TA channel, and so I'm going to keep it locked to TA for just a second. And I want to make good on my promise right here as well. The very interesting chart I want to show you, I'm going to show it to you right now, but I need you guys to make a commitment to me. If you cheat, hang on, can I stop you guys from even seeing this? Hang on, let me just take a look at this right here. How do I do this? Nope, I'm not doing that. All right, guys, just ignore the top left, okay? Promise to ignore the top left. I'm going to show you something very, very cool. And, if you've been here before when we've done it, I just want you to tell me your honest opinions about this next chart. Is this a buy or a sell? Okay, that's it. Just put it in the live chat. Is this a buy or is this a sell? This is the next thing I want to show you guys in the live chat. Don't look at the top left. You're going to ruin this whole thought experiment, this whole thought exercise. Don't look at the top left of the screen. Tell me in the live chat, is this a buy or a sell? All right, I'm going to pull this up on stream right now. Again, not something that I do particularly often, but a very, very powerful tool and definitely something I think worth taking a look at right now. And this right here, absolutely beautiful. Wait just a second for me to pull this up on stream. Right here. You've made your commitment to me. What are we looking at, ladies and gents? This chart right now. Is this chart a buy or a sell? What do you think? We're looking at this chart right here. We can zoom out just a little bit. This is all I'm going to show you for now. We've got a little bit of consolidation here before the price rips down. We've got a major rejection taking place here and another potential major rejection taking place right now. Is this a buy or a sell? Very, very simple, straightforward question. There we go. Let's see what we've got in the live chat. Full margin buy. Sell, then buy back in as soon as you can. Buy, sell, sell, sell. I kind of want to sell. Someone wants to hold. A lot of sells. Basically, everybody sell short term, buy long term. Sell, 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 sell. Everyone's saying sell. Exactly. You guys get it. You guys get it. And now if we can reveal what this chart is, take a look at the very top left of this chart. This is the inverted Bitcoin chart. When I was telling you guys I'm going to turn things upside down for you, I wasn't bullshitting you. I literally turned things upside down for you. This is the Bitcoin chart turned upside down. Look at that right there. This is the same chart. We're just flipping it upside down, all right? This is what we're looking at. And this really helps us remove fear from the equation. It really helps us remove fear from the equation, okay? It helps us look at things from a much more detached, much more realistic perspective, and it really can help us, determine what might happen in the market from a purely technical. And look, I mean, war is literally a fucking black swan event, so this one's kind of crazy, right? But, Iranian Revolutionary Guards say attack on Israel involves drones and missiles. Fucking hell, okay. But, I mean, and war makes this a slightly more difficult discussion. But if we're looking at, and again, like, I'm not, I have to make this super, super clear. This is not like a war political channel or anything. I mean, this is just me being curious like you as a normal civilian, but we are staying stuck to crypto because that's what we're talking about just for now. If this is all that we're focusing on in a vacuum without looking at the news, this is a sell. It is a sell. And, and we can see that very clearly just by drawing the exact same boxes I've already shown you guys. It becomes a lot less scary, it just looks like it's an area of resistance, and it looks really nicely spaced out, right? We first initially had this as support, then we used it as resistance. The gap between this attempt and the next one was 14 days. The gap between this and the current day is 24 days. They're nice big gaps. They're spaced out quite nicely. They imply that this is still a range which is intact. And it can definitely be something where at the minimum, we muster a small drop down by about, let's say, 10% down to negative $68,000. Again, very, very useful chart to be looking at on this stream right here. And if you did find that useful, ladies and gents, I would love if you could smash those likes up and just double check that you are subscribed, because what we're doing in this YouTube channel is always looking to bring a very fresh, healthy, realistic perspective to the crypto markets to you guys. Obviously, it's not so easy to do. A lot of people get caught up in all sorts of feelings and fear and uncertainty and doubt. But on this YouTube channel, we are eliminating those possibilities, and we're doing it using various different tools, which you can take home with you and do whatever you want to do with as well. If you find this kind of content useful, do me a favor and smash those likes up, as well as double check that you're subscribed to this channel so that you don't miss out on any of this time sensitive content. Ladies and gents, right as we are live, Ethereum has slipped down below the 0.47 BTC level here. Look at this on the 1 minute time frame. We are starting to lose this particular price level. XRP hitting a 336-day low. Look at this right here on this chart. If we trace this all the way back to the last time that we hit this level, that was 336 days ago, which is absolutely crazy. That is basically a year ago. Obviously, if Bitcoin were to do the same thing, if we trace this thing back 336 days ago, that would put Bitcoin basically down around the $27,000 price area. That's literally 57% ago. Or from there to here, it's 125% move up. Again, just absolutely huge stuff right here in the market. Thank you all, ladies and gents, for those of you who have been enjoying this live stream and engaging with it. I really do appreciate it. Obviously, if you don't want to or you can't, that is obviously completely fine. But the support does not go unnoticed. Absolutely sick, yeah. Let's see what else we've got here in the live chat. Smells like a dump continuation, to be honest. Looks like a double bottom. It's a buy reverse. Exactly, Gonzalo. Yeah, I mean, that's to me what it looks like. Iraq closes its airspace. What's going on with the airspace? We were just looking at that a second ago. Okay, we've got... Yeah, it's basically... Well, yeah, I mean, planes don't really move that fast, do they? So... But I mean, this airspace looks completely clear. It almost looks like airlines were notified about this a long while back, which is at least nice. Crazy, though. Absolutely crazy. I would not want to be in the air right now. What's going on that? This is just an account that I've found, generally has something close to, unbiased. Kuwait diverts all airlines away from areas of tension. Bitcoin now down over 8% amid Iranian drone attack on Israel. Absolutely insane, guys. Unbelievable. What are we looking at here? Let's refresh this feed. We're seeing this live on stream. Crypto Rover's wondering who's dumping. Crazy. And personally, I don't think we're looking at World War III. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm just not. I don't really tend to snap to big conclusions like that. An Israeli government plane is airborne amid Iran's attack. Prime Minister Netanyahu fleeing. That would be quite something. Let's see what people are talking about for the crypto markets. I want to get a gauge of sentiment. Yeah, it's going crazy right now, guys. The Sol entry everyone wanted a month ago, but now won't bid. Absolutely fantastic. That is 100% correct. These are just some of the accounts that I like to follow. They're not necessarily amazing. They're not necessarily horrible. I think a lot of them are generally good accounts. Go look at the day Russia invaded Ukraine on a chart. Ladies and gents, if you know the day Russia invaded Ukraine, put it in the live chat now. I'd be very curious to see what the price looked like on that day. Look at the day Russia, and I just want to get the exact day if anyone has it. Look at the day Russia invaded Ukraine on a chart and tell me what you see. It marked a bottom, which we rallied 40%, which was not broken for 4 months. Stop focusing on the narratives. They trigger an emotional response that has no basis in data, which means you can't refute it, and it shifts you in an instant, from making rational, data-driven decisions to irrational, emotionally driven ones. Completely agree. This guy, spot on. Spot on. 24 Feb, 22nd Feb. Let's take a look at that. 22nd Feb of 22. What happened back then? Gonna drop a vertical line down on the 22nd of February. Yeah. Yeah, wait, no, that's the wrong year. Sorry, my bad. Let me go back. 22nd of February. This was around over here, and it was 22nd right here, or 24th. I don't know which date is correct, but it's basically the same thing. I'm just going to put 23rd, because I don't actually know which day it was, but that's kind of in the middle, and it did mark a bottom. It did mark a bottom. I mean, we saw a small drop, but yeah, the market rallied up by 40%. I mean, it did end up dropping after it, but the Russia-Ukraine war was a little bit different, right? I mean, well, maybe not different, but it was, you know, it's still going on. It's still dragging on. So, you know, you can't really draw a conclusion because, you know, after this 40% move, and this was what, like 37 days later, but after that we dumped massively, and still in the same war we've pumped up. So, in that sense, the war doesn't really have a narrative here. Yeah, I don't want to be seeing like insensitive bullshit comments like World War III, let's go. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. I'm not having that, dude. Get the fuck off this stream, dude. That's not okay. I'm sorry, man. I'm not even like we're not making jokes about that. Not on this stream. Go do that somewhere else. You know, I am all for fucked up dark humor as much as the next guy, but not fucking World War. Not right now. Not right now. This is way more serious than Russia. I am inclined to agree with you. I don't think I want to make a conclusion off this, you know, to say that Bitcoin's going to rally up because the war started. I mean, first of all, that's obviously not what's happening. Which flavor am I smoking? Dude, this is amazing. This is UK Savacco flavors. This is frozen Smurf mixed with black mamba. Absolutely amazing tobacco for shisha. Really, really cool. I love the UK flavors. Yeah, Donna is saying some of us live in the region. It's just insensitive, dude. No one's winning in a fucking world war. There's no upside to this. You know, like it's just not cool. You know, I don't know. I'll make a lot of fucked up jokes about a lot of shit, but not world war. That's not funny. I don't find it funny. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if you're sitting with your boys and you're just fucking around making jokes, then okay, it's fine. But not here. You know. There's a time and a place, you know? CJ Toronto, as we speak, I'm buying. Dude, honestly, I don't think it's a horrible idea. I mean, I'm not buying here, but I don't think it's a horrible idea. The only upside are warmongers and their companies. Exactly, dude. Exactly, basketballs. I completely agree. You know, it's shit. Nobody wins. It's not good. I mean, gold holders are winning, clearly. If you hold gold, you're kind of hedged against the war. Black Swan event from Vladimirovich. Hope I said your name right. Vladimirovich. Yeah, but there are a lot of black swans these days, aren't there? It's a weird world, ladies and gentlemen. A very weird world. A lot of black swans taking place these days. Sammy, it isn't a situation of it being funny. The situation is dire. Completely agree, dude. Completely agree. No one wants to see any of this. It ain't funny when you got a draft letter. Doesn't the U.S. Constitution allow the government to draft people? Someone tell me in the comment section. I'm sure I've heard this. The U.S. Constitution allows the government to draft people. I'm sure I've heard this. The UK was discussing it. Obviously, that was wiped off the table because British people don't want to fight for the country. I almost can't even blame them. It's sad, but I can't blame them. There will be no winners in the war. Yeah, of course not. Can we check the US dollar? No, we actually can't because it's not trading right now. It's going to open in a day, but maybe there's an aftermarket US dollar trading thing. If you guys know where I can find that, please let me know. Maybe you can get drafted in the US government. Yeah. In the US. Yeah, it's crazy. Let me know, ladies and gents. Is there do you guys know of an aftermarket US dollar chart? I want to see what that looks like. I don't know, maybe we can type it out of hours DXY. Just want to see if there's anything. I don't actually know which link to be clicking on. I just want to see yeah, this looks like it ended. Last updated April 12th. Yeah, so that was yesterday. Do you guys know of a way to see this? I'd be curious. There might be. Let me check. Yeah, thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, unless you're only a child, you can be drafted. Why would I fight for a country like the UK where I can be arrested for waving the flag? Dude, I honestly get it. I honestly get it. The UK is so fucked. It's fucking disgusting what they've done in the UK, bro. They just fucking run the country into the ground. That's why I left, bro. I love the UK. I love the UK so much, but they just keep killing the country. It's so sad. I can't watch it, dude. It's so sad. They consider, this even happens in America, they consider waving your national flag to be like a sign of hate. It's fucking insane. Hong Kong ETF open on Monday. Crazy. Crazy. There's no live charts according to Frank. USDT went up 0.3%. Yeah, I actually, I noticed that. I was talking to my analyst just last night, and he was pointing that out. Let's go ahead and look at CMC and see what's going on over here. Crypto market cap at 2.21 trillion. Bitcoin market cap at 1.2. USDT market cap $107 billion. Look at that. Look at the market cap of USDT right here, ladies and gents. Wow. It's moving up. It's moving up all the time, though. Big jump up today. You're missing an epic spring in London right now, mind you. I do know. I do know. I mean, spring in London is beautiful. Summer in London is peak, honestly. There aren't many places better than London in summer, in my opinion. London is definitely one of the best parts of the world to be in summer. Or at least it was. It's gone a little bit worse these days, but USDT dominance up by 20%. Is there a chart for that? USD dominance? I don't know. Yeah, there is. Yeah, that's people hedging. There you go. That's hedging right there. Nothing else. Have you got any videos on how to start crypto as a complete beginner? Dude, I got you. I got you, bro. I got you. Come over to my channel. You can type it into the YouTube search bar. And it is... Where is it? You can search for it. Just type in beginners. Type in my name and then type in beginner. And it is this one right here. 1K to 1 million. How to turn $1,000 into $1 million. Bitcoin trading ultimate in-depth guide for beginners. 73,000 views. 50 minutes long. This is the absolute first thing to watch if you want it from me. Bear in mind, it says 2 years ago. This was actually like 3 years ago. I was not the same me that you're getting right now. I actually need to re-record this video. But if you want to watch it right now, it is still up and available for you to see. So please... take a look at that if you think this would be useful for you. It's going to take hours for the drones to reach there. So in honesty, the prices will keep falling. Maybe not steadily, but until then, after that, watch the whales. Do we have any idea when those drones would reach? This is crazy. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't believe it. I like the Hamptons in the summer. I've never been there, bro. Must be really cool. I need to check it out. Taking my family to the beach now. Honestly, Ken, it's probably the right thing to do, guys. If you guys are starting to get worried about this shit, you know, if it's starting to really get to you, dude, just go out. Just go out, take your family out somewhere, you know, go be with your family, go to the beach or something, chill, enjoy something you like. I mean, the world's not ending. It's, you know, I'm sure everything's going to be fine. Always ends up fine. Okay, after buying the dip 7 times in a row, I'm now a significant investor in spot Solana technology. I believe in its futures and expect great returns. Please save me. What a fucking legend. What a legend. Good thing we have President Biden to navigate us through these tough times. There we go. Flood coming in with the absolute clutch takes. Crazy part is Arthur tried to warn us a week ago. Is he talking about Arthur Hayes? Who is he talking about? Which Arthur? Arthur Hayes, yeah. Or Arthur Cox. I don't know who Arthur Cox is. What's Arthur Hayes saying? Anyone know what Arthur Hayes said? It's actually so convenient having you guys in the live chat, guys. Thank you so much for helping out when I'm asking these questions. What did Arthur Hayes say? Does anyone know? I'm very curious. Does anyone know what Arthur Hayes said? Bitcoin just flash crashed to just above $61,000. That's just 26 ounces of gold. At its peak 2.5 years ago, one Bitcoin was worth 37 ounces. That's a decline of 30%. Digital fool's gold is clearly in a bear market when priced in real gold. Wow. Gold would too, but the market is closed. Bitcoin doesn't close. I mean, dude's got a point. There is a good point there. Let's see what you guys are saying in the live chat. Anyone know what Arthur Hayes said? I'm very curious. Egypt just closed airspace? What the fuck? Really? Egypt's not even I guess Egypt's right next to it. Yeah, holy shit. Egypt has closed its airspace. What is going on? This is unbelievable. What's this flight doing? Baghdad to, we don't know, an A220. Looks like a commercial. Well, maybe not commercial because we don't know where it's going, but it's Iraqi Airways, so it must be commercial. Istanbul to Baghdad. So, I mean, it's just the last few flights landing now, probably, and that's it. Fucking hell, this is crazy. This is crazy. I'm sure the picture is going to look very different in 24 hours from now, though. Hopefully in a very good way. Hopefully in a very, very good way. Yasser Bink. Sammy, I love your cars and the colors. Thank you so much, bro. I see them every day coming back from school. Thank you for your Insta on the side of the cars that allowed me to find you. You got it, bro. You got it, bro. Shout out to Yasser Binks right here in the live chat. You absolute legend, bro. We're here, bro. We're chilling. Let's see what we got in the live chat. Let's see what we've got here in the chat. I just want to see if anyone knows what Arthur Hayes says. I'm very curious because there is weird shit that goes on. I remember at the peak of the 2017 bull market, Charlie Lee, the CEO founder of Litecoin, announced that he's selling all of his tokens. Vitalik did the same thing either at that point or somewhere else. And it was always right before big crashes came. When these big guys give warnings, the really big guys, fuck the influencers, but when the important people, the founders, the CEOs, the big people, when they start saying certain things may happen, the price is going down or whatever, a lot of the time it's actually been true. And I've actually regretted not listening to them more. So ask yourself, what would the Rothschilds do? I want to keep my YouTube channel up and running, so no. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't know enough about any of these subjects. But yeah, these guys, Arthur Hayes, these big founders and so on, when they start coming out saying this kind of shit, a lot of the time they're actually correct. Why exactly does this affect crypto? Good question. Well, I think, when people are when people are having their money at risk, they want to de-risk themselves when scary things are going on. And that means taking money out of markets and putting it into things like gold and dollars and so on. We've got some highly tracked flights. This is Al-Udeid, which I think is a base in Qatar. US Air Force flying over Iraq. What the fuck? Tel Aviv to Tokyo. Why is everyone tracking this? Oh, they're not going to Tokyo, I guess. Looks like they might not be headed to Tokyo. We've got, and the most tracked flights today right now, Beirut to Israel, flying over Israel right now. Ayat, I don't know what Ayat is. Maybe that's a commercial airline. Looks like it. Looks like a jet, actually, doesn't it? Beirut to Dubai. I mean, how are they flying if Egypt's closed its airspace? They gotta go around Libya or something? This is fucking crazy. Wow. Unbelievable. Yeah, I wasn't showing that on screen. My bad. Dude, Yasser, if you see me on the street, say hi. 100% say hi, bro. Next time you see me on the street, bro, say hi, for sure. Found Arthur Hayes' quote. Given that the halving occurs at a time when dollar liquidity is tighter than usual, it will add propellant to a raging fire sale of crypto assets. What does that even mean, bro? Given that the halving occurs at a time when dollar liquidity is tighter than usual, it will add propellant to a raging fire sale of crypto. Am I too dumb to understand that? What is he saying? He's basically, it sounds like he's saying the price is going to keep dropping. But maybe I didn't understand that properly. Unbelievable, guys. What are we looking at today? Yeah, Rocky also asking, what does it mean? Do not panic. Market will correct itself. Completely agree, bro. Completely agree. Yes, Sammy, the logic sounds that way. Yeah. It sounds like Arthur Hayes is saying a bigger drop. Yeah. A lot of you guys seem to agree. He says since money is as tight as it is, people are going to be even quicker to sell off their assets. Okay. Okay, so he's saying, I think I understood you now. Thank you very much, Xsin. I think what he's saying is because it's not easy to access the dollar and because things are already scary, there's going to be an even bigger rush into the dollar. It's like because you can't have it, you want it even more. That's basically what it sounds like he's saying. I think you guys can help correct me if I'm wrong there, but thanks to your help, ladies and gents, thank you very much. It sounds like that's what he was getting at. I'm assuming you're not in any trades? No, I actually am. I am in a few trades. Let me show you guys. It's actually the same trades you guys have seen before on this live, on this channel. Let me show it to you guys. Pull it up right here on stream. Of course, right here on Bybit, it is still looking very, very good. Right there, still a where is this? Still an 1800% profit on Bitcoin. That's the Bitcoin long that I opened a little while ago. And my Tron position still sitting quite pretty at 400% profit. It's not the 800% profit that it was before, but that is still all locked in right there on Bybit. I've already secured over $200,000 in realized P&L on my Bitcoin position. I've got another like 28K riding in there on Bybit right there, still unrealized, still available for me to lock in. That was all traded right here with the link to Bybit in the description down below. When you sign up and start trading using that link, you're going to get up to 30K in free trading capital. The best time to do this was obviously yesterday, but the second best time is right now. So definitely take advantage of this. If you have missed it, all you've got to do is start trading using my link, and you will get this cash deposited into your account free of charge. You can do whatever you like with it. You can trade with it. You can do long, short, fucking circles, whatever you like. Your choice, and any profits are yours to withdraw. BingX also giving you similar offers, over $100,000 in bonuses, and they will not ask you for a picture of yourself or your passport. So very cool in terms of flexibility there for BingX and 2bit. So definitely check them both out if you're interested. BingX, you might be very interested in this because of everything going on in the world. Also allows you to trade gold, and Forex, and even companies and so on. So very, very cool indeed. Well worth checking out. What's going on here in the real world right now? Spectator Index just put out a new tweet. Reports that Iranian drones have begun to be intercepted over Syrian and Jordanian airspace. Crazy. Major deja vu as this war dump is exactly 4 years after the COVID dump. Bitcoin on sale. Are you buying? U.S. Air Force, I'm not going to say that, refueling over Iraq is now squawking. I don't even know what this means. Possibly indicating some sort of emergency. Crazy. Oh, so 7700 is something that comes out in the transponder. I guess that's like a signal that the aircraft gives off. Crazy. What the fuck is going on? Israel launched an attack on Iran, but America is telling Iran if they retaliate, we will get involved. Very mixed bag on Twitter right now. Crazy. What's Andrew saying? Wow. As usual, the elites will be fine. I mean, he's not wrong, is he? He is not wrong. Thank you. U.S. and allied fighter jets and air defenses will attempt to neutralize Iranian drones before they reach Israel. Holy shit, bro. This is what war means, isn't it? The attack started by Iran is bigger than our prediction. British and U.S. jets are intercepting Iranian drones heading to Israel. Fucking hell. What are we looking at? This is nothing compared to March 20. Agreed. December 20 and May 21. I'll tell you that much. Welcome to the fold, new guys. You've experienced your first nuke. Dude, Ansem coming in again with another completely correct take right here. This is 100% correct. We keep this locked to price action. This is indeed nothing compared to some of the stuff that we've seen before on the charts specifically. Specifically on the charts. Oh, it's not just 50 drones. Apparently it's 400 to 500. Yeah, I think different news sources are going to be reporting different things. I'm thinking 56.5. That's a bit of a random area on the chart, I think, isn't it? What happens there? There's nothing. 56.5. There's nothing on the chart right there. Maybe back here there's something. Nothing really. I don't know. 56.5 sounds really random, bro. I think it's 52. I think if we lose this area of support, it's 52. Let's see what's been happening with the price. It looks like things have cooled off for a little bit. But honestly, it looks like a continuation is about to come in. I mean, this is like such a fucking typical continuation pattern right here for Ethereum. If it breaks this, if it breaks this kind of like support area here, then it's down to dump city again for Ethereum. Ethereum against Bitcoin still tanking. Look at this, Matic still falling off a cliff, just consolidating here. These coins are getting ready for another move down, guys. I mean, it might not happen, obviously. Some of these coins are at major support. Look at Cardano here. Major support. Major. Just not even, sorry, stretch it back. This is a big area of support. What do I have in front of me here? What is this? Potatoes? Yep. Con's saying this is your sideways behavior, as you said, Sammy. Exactly, bro. Drones to reach in 2 hours. Fucking hell. Are we staying live for 2 hours? Are we staying live for 2 hours, ladies and gents? Let me know in the live chat. Is that what we want to do? I kind of like don't even want to. I don't even want to know. Yeah, bang on though. I mean, the market always does this. You guys that were here a little bit earlier on, just leave. By the way, this live stream is like nearly 3 hours long, but it's just value, value, value. I'm not really repeating anything. Don't chew in the mic. Yeah, I'm sorry. You know, I'm not really repeating anything, so just go back throughout the live stream. Wow, a lot of you guys want me to stay on until. Wow. Okay. 2 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, just rewind it because there's a lot. You can just listen to it in the background, put it on 2x speed if you're just tuning in. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn a lot in this live stream, guys. This was one of our best live streams, I think, in terms of like catching price action and, you know, discussing big ideas. 7700 means there was an emergency with the aircraft. Fuck. That's kind of crazy. So what's going on with that aircraft then? Refresh this. $27,000 feet, probably descending. Headed back to Al Udeid, probably. Looks like they're going back. I mean, looks like it's fine so far. I don't know if this means that the flight reporting stuff went offline while over Kuwait. Crazy stuff. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, the market, you can just separate it. Here's a range, here's a sideways. Right? Between these two lines, you're ranging. Between these two lines, you're sideways. And obviously, then potentially the continuation comes back in. So we're going to stay locked on this for a little bit and see how this plays out. Great stream. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much. If you guys are enjoying this stream, I would appreciate if we can smash those likes up. Continue to push it out to more and more people, especially while we're continuing to analyze the crypto market in the midst of this massive fucking mess. If you are finding this useful, if it's helping you calm yourself down, you know, any support you can give to the channel is always much, much appreciated. I don't know about staying on stream for another 2 hours, but I'm going to kick it with you guys for a little bit. If the 2 hours happen naturally, then fuck it, I'm here. I just need to get my protein in. I went to the gym yesterday. I'm still not, I don't, you know, doesn't matter what's going on in the real world, ladies and gents. I'm not sacrificing these gains. It was back day yesterday. I hit back and tries, so, and I'm doing shoulders every gym sesh. Fucking hell. It's tough, because I'm doing like 1 day on, 1 day off, so my shoulders get a 2-day break between every gym session. It's straight back to shoulders again, so as long as I can eat on stream and you guys are cool with that, I'm open to it. First time joining your stream. Thank you very much for doing this, dude. You're welcome, man. You're welcome. You're welcome, dude. Swole flies. That's what we're going for, dude. Swole flies. Fuck yeah. Gonna have to rename the channel in a bit when I get jacked. When I drop down below 15% body fat, ladies and gents, this channel is turning into swole flies. That's gonna be sick. I may order fish tacos through Uber Eats to keep watching. Dude, fish tacos are sick. Fish tacos are like the best tacos. Do you think I should just rebuy? Dude, I can't tell you what to do. Please take a look at the TRB coin facing huge losses. I've never even heard of TRB. Let's take a very quick look. Oh my god. What a chart. It's not actually that bad though, is it? It's not that bad. But there's no altcoin that's safe right now in my opinion. But this is like major support. I mean, major support right here. First time joining your stream, but I'm just learning about war, which I'm looking at on the news. I really need some help here, please. Can you please explain briefly what you're going to do? Can you please explain the halving real briefly what you're going to do? I mean, you know, we've been going on about it for a long time, so I really do want you to rewind the stream. But in short, you know, we talk about halving sandwiches. Nothing usually happens directly before and after the halving, and I still believe that to be the case. Obviously, this war might change things a little bit, but I'm still always, you know, it almost doesn't matter to me what happens in the real world. The charts are going to be the number. It's like from me, like from the perspective of me as a trader, from the perspective of me being a human, it's a little bit different, obviously. But from the perspective of being a trader, none of this shit matters. It's always just show me the charts and I'll tell you the news. So, you know, we haven't been invalidated yet. We haven't broken below this level. And like I said, even if we lose this level, there's still a couple percentage points where I'm going to tolerate a deviation. If we drop below 59k, then I think, you know, we're in nuke town again and we're heading down to 52 and your alts are going to fucking die, bro. Your alts are going to die if that happens, I think. But that hasn't happened yet, and until and unless it happens, this is a support area. We inverted the chart a little bit earlier on in this live stream because you legends absolutely decimated that like button. Pumped us over 750 likes, and do I think I'll hold during the halving? Dude, I've been all in on Bitcoin since like 2018. I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere, dude. don't worry about me, man. I'm chilling, man. I'm fine. I'm not going anywhere. I'm all in on this thing, bro. I'm riding this thing wherever it goes. It does not matter. I am in this boat until we go below $3,000. We go below $3,000, I'll consider selling. Because that's the floor I'm used to. I was down at $3,000 in 2018. I've hedged. I sold a bunch of my crypto back here at about 57k. I bought my house out here in Dubai. Bought a house for my mom. I've got what I need, you know, like I've taken profits, you know. I didn't just hodl. I'm not about that fucking blind, stupid hodl life. I did take profits. I took enough profits. I'm okay. If the world's about to end, I might just go for one last drive in my GT3 though. How much do you think will be the final target for Solana by the end of the cycle? It's hard to say. I don't answer questions like that because I have no clue. I genuinely have no idea. And neither do you. Neither does anybody. Anyone that claims to even give you a number, not a good analyst. Don't listen to them. There's no way you can know. It's a completely pointless exercise. I do think it could go much higher, but that's all I can say. Enjoying the stream immensely. Thank you. Well, you're very, very welcome. Thank you. Forget those coins. Buy gold. Trust me. From Nicho in the comment section. You know, I think gold is one of the best places to be parked up right now. I've been saying it for a very, very long time. I even bought real gold bullion myself. Physical gold. I'm not fucking around with that digital shit. I want real physical gold. I even bought it myself, you know, a long time ago. Back when we were at much lower levels. I've been telling you guys for a long time. I agree. I mean, I think gold is much safer than crypto, obviously. But it's not as fun as crypto, is it? Alright, guys. Anyone that spams the comment section, I'm going to put you in a timeout in the naughty corner. I've said it now. No more excuses. What should I buy now? You must be new here. Rocky is asking me to go through some altcoins. Let's take a look. Oh my god, Solana, I'm sorry, Matic. Dying right here. Bitcoin dominance shooting up. Wow. That's it, guys. That uptrend, that continuation, we're starting to see it. We're starting to see the resolution to that uptrend here. Look at that. Exactly what I said, ladies and gents. You guys were here when I said it. Smash up those likes for this on-point analysis throughout this entire live stream, ladies and gents. We've been saying it. You lose this level, you're crashing. The next key level is this wick. You lose this wick, it's down to this yellow box, 2700. We don't want to see this wick get lost, but honestly, I don't think much is going to be able to stop it at this point. Look at this, continuing to slide lower. We're only on the minute time frame here for each of these charts, by the way. Put it in perspective. Cardano against Bitcoin, dying. Solana against the dollar, dying. ARB against the dollar, dying. Pepe against the dollar, dying. Look at that. Phil just set a brand new low, swept below its wick, recovering back up for a second. This area could now act as resistance. Those of you that have loaded up these exchange bonuses, you're going to be sitting very pretty with a lot of free trading capital to be taken advantage of in this market. If you want to get access to it, all you've got to do is sign up using my links and start trading. You're going to get a bunch of free cash deposited into your account. You can do whatever you like with it. We're going to take a look through some more of these altcoins here. Tower nailed it. Const nailed it. But I too agreed with your assessment. Next target for Bitcoin, 52k if we lose the low. I also see 31k, Sammy. Dude, if we see 31k, that would be amazing. I would love that. I don't think we're going to see it, but if we do, that would be beautiful. Phil's back up to that key area. We get the rejection here. It's back to dump town. We got to see this level get recovered. It's probably going to act as resistance now, so I'm not super optimistic about it personally. Back to Matic here. Lost that low. Ethereum hasn't gotten down there yet. Ethereum against Bitcoin, climbing up a little bit. Bitcoin itself, small recovery. These are the key levels to watch now, guys. You start losing these diagonal levels, you're in trouble. You got these two key invalidations. This line right here, you're down to the bottom of this range next. This wick is going to be that next area of support at $60,800. Bitcoin dominance coming back down just a little bit. Alt's getting a bit of relief. Standard, guys. We're just seeing it, you know. It's a staircase. It's never a straight line. It's always a staircase. Imani, I don't know how you say it, in the live chat, saying, I've always found such beauty in seeing big crashes for some reason. Dude, me too, man. Me too. I get way more excited when I see a crash than when I see a pump. Because when the pump is happening, the move is already happening. What can I be excited for now? When there's a drop, the move hasn't happened yet. I have some opportunities to make money off that. When the pump is happening, it's already like, this is what you expect, right? Now it's just time to make the money. You just sit and wait and do nothing. When the crash is happening, that's when you have a chance to make some more money. That's when the windows of opportunity are opening up. So I'm completely with you. And that is something that you rewire in your brain as a trader. The longer you've been in the space, the easier it would be. You know, we need to stay anchored. Guys, I've said this before. I'm going to repeat it now. Anyone that spams in the chat, you're going in the naughty corner in timeout. I'm not even going to read your comment. We're not doing this game. But I agree, dude. Yeah. I mean, you know, when you start getting crashes, that's when the opportunities start coming in. What's going on with Twitter? What are we seeing on Twitter now? ABC News reports that U.S. officials believe Iran is about to launch up to 500 drones and missiles from Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. Biden set to address the nation from the Oval Office. When? Should we watch that? You guys want to watch the Biden? No one cares about Biden. But do you guys want to see it anyway? Because I'm curious. But if you guys don't want to see it, I'm not going to watch it. It's just interesting to see how he wants to manipulate the US public, right? How he's going to try anyway. Because he can't actually achieve anything he tries. Destroying America for Dummies. A Guide to Ending Patriotism. Wow. A great read by AOC. Basic Socialism. Fucking hell. These guys are on point. Yo, check this out. This is interrupting my shower with Ashley. Oh my god, these guys have no chill. Crazy. Crazy. Do we want to watch that Biden stream? Yes, yes, yes. I'm curious. Everyone's curious. A couple of no's. Very few no's. It looks like everybody wants to. Do I miss England ever? I miss England every moment of my life. I miss England even when I'm in England. I miss England so much. It's just not the country it used to be. But I still love it. And I will always love it. The UK made me who I am. I'll never forget. How can I forget? What the fuck? Where can I watch the Joe Biden stream? Anyone know? Without getting copyrighted? Anyone have an idea? If you guys have a link or something, please send it to me on my Telegram. It's linked in the description. Smashing the shit out of your like button and getting my homies on to watch your channel. Appreciate you. Fuck yeah, Chris. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate you. Chris, is that a... I don't know if that's a gender neutral name. Pinning that comment though. Thank you so much. Follow War Monitor. Is that a Twitter account? I think this is the one you're talking about, right? This guy's pretty... I found it to be pretty good. No tweets, though. Yesterday, I see a conflict between Israel and Iran is inevitable. Jordan has opened its airspace to Israeli Air Force fighters. I didn't even know these guys were on the same sides. Reports of huge explosion in Tehran. Al Arabiya reports that British fighter jets are now involved in operation to intercept Iranian drones. Leia's buying the dip. Gotta love it. Rishi Sunak's statement, I condemn in the strongest term the Iranian regime's reckless attack against Israel. I'm not reading the rest of this. You guys can read it if you want. I just don't want to say these words out loud on YouTube. But if you guys want to read it, feel free. White House Gov, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but where is his like press release thing? Like where is his live stream gonna be? Maybe it'll just show up if I refresh the page when he's speaking. British planes take off from Cyprus. Fucking hell. Whoa. Have they already reached? Blasts and warning sirens heard in parts of northern Israel. Isn't that where Tel Aviv is? I don't actually know the map of Israel. Sounds like where Tel Aviv is. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. US believes Iran preparing to launch 500 drones. Yeah, same thing everywhere. Oh, it was from Lebanon. That makes much more sense, yeah. An attack from Lebanon. Yeah, because it's not Israel. I mean, Iran is not going to reach. Holy shit. Crazy shit. What's going on the trading side of things? Total 2 and 3 range lows. It's around here where price need to start forming a base. Completely agree. Trader XO always coming in with sober approaches in the market. Yeah, completely agree. I mean, we gotta, if we build a base here, we're good. If not, there's a lot of support down here, but it's gonna be an ugly ride down. Yeah, we gotta start building some support here. Otherwise, it's gonna be another big rip down. Let's see what's going on with the charts. Yeah, Ethereum holding its ground a little bit. Matic, that looks like it's going to be a rejection to me. That looks like it's going to be a rejection. Cardano holding where it is. Solana's still strong. Solana's been so strong. Every time something bad happens, Solana's still strong. In fact, Solana's printing an ascending triangle right now. Look at that. Ascending triangle. Solana is looking strangely bullish. I don't think it's going to go up necessarily, but Doge continuing to plummet down. Absolutely wrecked off that support level. That was like its best support level for a long time, and it's just lost it. So probably down to the next areas of support if it can't find anything soon. Wow, ARB is in deep, deep shit. Unbelievable. Gotta start moving our boxes, guys. What is going on? Ladies and gents, if there's anything else you want me to go through, no shitcoin suggestions, but anything else you want me to go through, please let me know in the live chat now, and I will cover it with you all. Is this a last dip before the halving? I have no idea. I don't think so though. I think we could get more than this. Guys, what am I getting? I need to hit my macros. I think I'm at like, what am I at? Like probably 50. I'm so domed out. I'm at like 50 grams of protein. I need like another, I'd like to get like another 80 in. That's a full meal. A lot of people asking me for XRP. We did look at it briefly, but let me take another look at XRP. Just in deep shit. But it's a very hard chart to analyze. XRP is so manipulated that I personally find it quite difficult to analyze this chart. Like the chart's kind of nonsensical. I mean, down to the next area of support is all I can say, right? 41 cents, 40 cents. That next area on the chart has the dollar index. I mean, the dollar index is at 106, but it's not going to be open for trading again for another 23 hours. So, there's nothing really we can say about the dollar right now. What's the target for Ethereum? Yeah, 2600, 2700, that next box. Look at that next green box. To show you guys what this box represents. Yeah, this is a very important box. Stretches from 2500 up to 2700. That's the next place for Ethereum, the way I see it. This yellow line could be support, but it doesn't look that strong to me. But if we get a bounce, the bounce could be pretty big. But I just don't see how that bounce is going to come in right now. We got a super chat. If World War III is about to happen, isn't it a good idea to keep your money in blockchains? I don't know, dude. It depends what you're looking for. Do you want Do you want protection from a government? Then sure. But do you want to keep your money safe in terms of value? Then I don't know. Maybe not. Probably gold, dude. Probably gold. Probably the dollar. You know, something like that. It's crazy that this is happening on a weekend. You can't even do anything about it. BNB. Yeah, let's take a quick look at BNB. BNB is a little bit boring. It kind of just traces Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, this is like pretty much exactly the Bitcoin chart. Look at this. It's like it is the Bitcoin chart. Look at that. BNB, Bitcoin, BNB, Bitcoin. It's the same chart. It's the same chart. If BNB loses this level, down to the next area, standard procedure, right? Nothing out of the ordinary. That next area is going to be 15% lower than current price. That's going to be the next support zone for Binance Coin, the way I see it. Ladies and gents, we have pumped this channel up so much with subscriptions today. Thank you all so much. If you are enjoying this content, you appreciate this time-sensitive content that I'm bringing to you guys with live streams, with videos around the clock when shit is going on. It is 2 a.m. nearly here in my time zone. If you do appreciate this content, do me a favor and smash those likes up. Double check that you are subscribed to this content so you don't miss out on this highly time-sensitive content. We are at 132,000 subscribers. Let's get up to 133. We only need 300 more subscribers. We've got like 1,500 viewers in this live stream, 1,600 viewers. Let's get this thing up to 133,000 subscribers, ladies and gents. That would be sick. How do you plan to exit your coins at the end of the bull run? I mean, you know, probably into the dollar, into some cars, into a house. I don't know, something like that. Hopefully into gold. Hopefully we're mature enough to just go into gold by then. That would be good. Moon them up, ladies and gents. Moon up those likes. Moon up those subscriptions. You absolute legends. 1,300 likes. Yeah, I mean, just exit into cash, right? What else can you do? Is this live? Yes, sir, Adam. It is live. If we start pumping again, Harvest Finance will go crazy. I've heard of Harvest Finance. What is it? I mean, everyone's hoping that their bags go up, right? But this is a pretty shit chart. But if Harvest gets above this area of resistance, which actually no, it's bouncing off it. Yeah, this is a pretty good chart. If it doesn't lose this area, that's a pretty good. That's like exactly what you want. This is like the best case scenario, or one of. It's one of the best case scenarios. Maybe the true best case scenario would be a bounce off this level at $52. But bouncing off here would be great. If it survives from here, I mean, it could just fly. That would be pretty interesting. Look into Milady. These fucking shit meme coins. Let's go take a quick look. What can you say about this chart, dude? It's just a dead chart. There's no support resistance here. You're asking a rational trader, a rational analyst to analyze a completely irrational meme coin. I don't know what to say about this, dude. Pepe holding its ground. Crypto majors seem to be recovering just a little bit. But to me, it still looks like a continuation. Honestly, it looks like this continuation could resolve pretty quickly, like in the next... I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in the next 30 minutes. If we started to continue dropping down in the next 30 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised by that. Yeah, we've just passed... we were at 718 subscribers, 132,718. Did I figure out where to watch Biden? Yes, sir. A very kind viewer mentioned that it would be on the White House Gov website right here, but there is nothing yet, and I don't know exactly where to hear, where to find it. But I don't know exactly where it would be, but I'm guessing that if he does start speaking, it would just be right here. Let's see what's going on Twitter though. Maybe it's USA and UK fighter jets are now intercepting Iranian drones over Syria and Jordan. Hezbollah is currently shelling Israeli military settlements. Fucking hell. A lot of people making declarations like World War III has begun. This tweet was posted about 30 minutes ago. Around 100 drones launched. Attacks involves missiles. State of emergency for Jordan. Air defenses on the region on high alert. What's going on with flights right now? Alright, that's the US Air Force plane, which KC-135R Stratotanker. Don't know what the fuck that means, but it sounds dangerous. Landing into Al Udeid now. And this airspace is still completely empty. What are these planes? Frankfurt to Doha, wow. Qatar, oh, it's Qatar Cargo. That's not a passenger jet. Isfahan to Najaf. Fly Baghdad, that's landing now. These look like they're grounded. No, that's flying, 34,000 feet. Istanbul to Baghdad. Yeah, I think it's just the last few flights now landing. Everything else diverting around the region. Crazy. Oh, Stratotanker means a fuel station in the sky. Okay, that's interesting. Look in the United States. What do I have to see in the United States, dude? The United States is probably chilling, right? There's nothing happening in the US. Yeah, it looks like pretty normal flight activity for America. Looks a little bit light on the West Coast, though. No, not really. I just wasn't zoomed in. Yeah, US looks pretty normal, dude. I'll tell you what doesn't look normal is this fucking area. There's always flights going on. Look at this shit. It's fucking empty, bro. It's empty. There's nothing here. Zoom in and there's nothing here. I've never seen this before. I've never ever seen this before. Istanbul to Kuwait City. Holy shit. How are they going to finish this flight? They're flying right over Haifa now. Oh, so it's not Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is like in the center of the country. London to Kuwait. Look at these diversion, guys. Look at these diversions. Look, they were chilling right up until here. They were over Turkey. They were just gonna keep going in a straight line, and then nope. They were probably gonna like Israel, Jordan, Saudi, and then Kuwait. That's it, yeah. Crazy. What about UK Air Force? Can we see? What is the call sign or whatever for UK Air Force? Let's take a quick look at crypto. Yeah, nothing going on here. Still more of the same. No coins doing anything particularly interesting right now. I think they're all, honestly, I think they're just cooling off a little bit. Yeah, that did not end up getting rejected. It's just holding steady. That means this has turned into a deviation and we are continuing to range. That's what this looks like to me here. You've never seen me look at SHIB. I've looked at SHIB a few times on this channel, dude. I'll look at shit coins every now and then. I mean, you know, if there's easy money to be made, I'm not going to say no. We got 270 left to hit 133 subscribers. We should do something for 133 subscribers. That would be sick. Can I buy gold on Robinhood? Honestly, I don't know, man. Warplane activity over Jordan's capital. Fuck me. What the fuck? US officials have no doubt Israel respond, whether lives are lost or not. Yeah. Look at that airspace. Fucking empty. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hey guys, I think this might be the longest live stream I've ever done. I'm actually like pretty tired right now. I'll be honest. It's been, we're up at what time is it? Fucking hell, it's 2 a.m. Lost your channel, Four Flies, and you popped up. Hope you're well. Dude, I'm good. Thank you so much. I hope you're good, man. I swear I've already looked at Shiba in this live stream. You guys keep on asking me. Haven't I already looked at it? Maybe I haven't. Wow, it's the exact same chart. What's going on with Shib? Oh, no, I haven't looked at it. My bad. Sorry about that. I thought I don't know. The shitcoins are all the same in my head. You say Pepe, Shiba, Doge, Milady. They're all like, they count as the same thing in my head. So that's why I forgot. I feel like I might have looked at it, though, earlier on in this live stream. I don't know. Is my memory failing me here? It's been a long stream, hasn't it? 250 left until we get to 133,000 subscribers, ladies and gents. What are we doing? If we hit it during this live stream, how are we celebrating? How much money to subscribe? Dude, it's free. You just click the subscribe button. It's right here, this big white button. Click subscribe, it turns red. Hit the bell icon so you get notified of this content. Check out the phenomenal offers with the links in the description down below. Shout out to those of you that have already taken advantage of it. You absolute legends. Just gotta check something here. Bring it back on the charts for a second. Yeah, and there's nothing really I can say about Shiba. I mean, this chart is already pretty good at marking out the key levels. You could say there's a level right here, but I mean, it's so thin that I don't really even think it's worth paying attention to personally. Just taking care of a little thing here. What have we got in the live chat? What coins am I holding? Honestly, pretty much just Bitcoin. How late is it for you? 2 a.m., dude. 2 a.m. I'm here again, watching you since 2018. Been away for a while, but great to drop in today. Thank you very much, dude. Welcome back, Valdez Gonzo. Welcome back to the channel. How are you, man? You good? Wouldn't military aircraft have transponders off? Well, not all of them, surprisingly. Not all of them have them switched off. You can see some of them. Maybe even most of them. I don't actually know. Wow, yeah. Celebrate with a short or long on a meme coin. Holy shit, I don't think so. I'm not going to celebrate a subscriber milestone by nuking my account, dude. I don't, not right now. Maybe if there's a safe opportunity, but we're 225 away from hitting 133,000 subscribers. Celebrate by analyzing sheep. God damn it. You got it now, dude. You got it now. Many of my friends blaming me for introducing them to the crypto market. I'm so ashamed. Dude. Fuck your friends. That's stupid. You introduced your friends to crypto out of love because you wanted them to make money, and now they're blaming you. What shit friends? Your friends need to take more responsibility for their own decisions. Please stop calling subscribers legends. That's a little ridiculous, no? I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people like it. You tell me. I don't mind. Whatever you guys want to be called, I'll call you that, but it's been legends for a while. It just feels right. You tell me. You guys want to be called something else? Let me know. It's just a word that comes naturally to me, you know? Do I have a Bored Ape? Nope. 8 a.m. in Australia. Shout out to Australia waking up right now. But where in Australia, dude? You got like 7 time zones in that country. Are you Perth or Sydney? You must be Sydney because you're 6 hours ahead of Dubai. Do I speak Urdu? Dorasa. But my Urdu is very bad. That's like pretty much the full extent of my Urdu and Hindi. Shout out to the Aussies waking up upside down. Don't get too dizzy, guys, as you come out of bed. I love Australia, dude. Australia is like the coolest country in the world. Australia is literally just Britain, but way better. Way better. Australia is so cool. Australia, I was so happy when I was in Australia. I loved it there. Wow, you guys are pumping all the numbers up today. This is insane. 215 subscribers away from hitting 133. How are we celebrating? I need some more suggestions here. 3:30 a.m. in India. Gold Coast. Nicholas on the go. Dude, Gold Coast is so cool. I've only been to Australia once, and I went to Gold Coast, and I loved it. I loved the Gold Coast. That place is amazing. Shout out to Jason Pizzino. Nicholas, if you know Jason Pizzino, if you don't know Jason Pizzino, check him out. He's also a crypto YouTuber. And his analysis is good. He's a little bit more like macro mature, a little bit more than this channel, but he's good. He's really good. He has very high conviction in what he says. Didn't a terrorist attack happen in Sydney? Yeah, there was a terrorist attack in Sydney. I think yesterday. Fucking sucks. There were some very, very, very cool members of the public that stood up to that terrorist. Had a phenomenal police officer who apprehended the suspect. It looked like she stabbed him. I didn't actually take a look. Did I nail Kylie Minogue? Soul pumping right now. Yeah, I saw that. Let's take a look at Solana. What's going on with Solana? I was saying that it's in an ascending triangle and it's just pumped out of it. What the fuck? You guys remember that? Drop it in the live chat if you remember me painting this exact ascending triangle and saying that it's looking strangely bullish. The fact that people act like TA doesn't work is insane. Have I been to Turkey? Yes, sir, I have. Auckland, New Zealand here. I need to check out New Zealand. New Zealand's like #1 on my travel list now. I'm so disappointed I didn't go. When I went, I was like a stone's throw away in Gold Coast, and I didn't go to New Zealand. But Gold Coast is so cool. I wasn't really a fan of Brisbane. Just seemed like another city to me. But Gold Coast was cool. Yeah, nice little pump here on Solana. Next area of resistance going to be this $140 area. Still pretty tradable, isn't it? Looking fairly tradable. Because the thing about these moves, and the reason they become more tradable during events like this, is there's way more liquidity, right? So you can actually analyze much smaller time frames and still trade them when you have this much volatility, because there's so many people trading. So you're not really like trading against bots. You're trading against other people. If you're trading against other people, you have a much higher chance of making money. Chilling in Japan early morning. Fuck yeah. Shout out to the Japanese viewers. How many Japanese viewers have we got in the live chat today? Show your cars. Yeah, dude. Love the cars. I'm all about my cars. What have I got? I've got this Ferrari with a little Doge dog here. This is the Ferrari I got. 2 years ago, I posted this in 2020. 2 years ago, I dropped out of high school. Today, I bought a Ferrari at age 19. Take risks in life. Fuck yeah. It was a good day. It was a good day. That day I dropped out of school. Here we go. Cardio followed by shisha. I call that hedging. Or hookah. However you call it. Got the rowing machine, Burj Khalifa view. I'm not in the Burj Khalifa anymore. Burj Khalifa view. 40 minutes of rowing. 300 calories. We're getting it. Hedging that with a pipe. You know the deal. If you want to see my shit posting on Twitter, links are down below. You can see it on Twitter and on Instagram. Go check it out if you like that kind of thing. A lot of truth bombs being dropped down on this Twitter page. I've been all over the world, Europe, Asia, Middle East, North America, Oceania, and you cannot beat the West Coast vibes. British summer comes close. Second to absolutely none. Anyone who cries otherwise simply can't afford it. Look at this picture, guys. I was on the PCH. I had this beautiful 718 GTS. And this dude just came up to me. He had this like Polaroid camera. And he was like, bro, can I get a picture of you? I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Get a picture of me. That'd be sick. And that was really cool. West Coast vibes are immaculate. Can't beat it. You can't beat it. Israel's Channel 12 reports that US and UK fighter jets have shot down Iranian drones over the Syria-Iraq border. $400 seconds to Israel. What the fuck? 400 seconds is like 5 minutes. That's gonna land like now. Holy shit. Bam. You can always rely on the Tates to come in with these truth bombs. All wars benefit the elites at the cost of the common man. Every single one. Tate always stepping in with those truth bombs. Free the bro. Holy shit. Are these videos legit? You have to doubt everything you see these days, guys. But Mario is generally a good source of information. He's okay. He's more than okay. I'd say he's a bit better than okay. IDF to release a statement in 2 minutes. Probably missed that. France condemns. Crazy shit, guys. How many Japanese viewers have we got in here, guys? Let's see what's going on with Solana as well. Yeah, nothing much. Market's holding steady for a minute. Ethereum's a good chart to be watching right now, I think. Yeah, see, we didn't sweep that low, so we're actually holding steady in this range, and this entire thing is looking a little bit more like a deviation now, yeah? A little bit more like that. Looks like a bit of a deviation here, but that low, this yellow line, if we lose it for Ethereum, it's down to the 2700s, 2600s, I think, for Ethereum. Have I ever been to Turkey? Yeah, I've already answered that. What about Italy? Dude, I love Italy. Yeah, you guys remember when I was talking about that Solana breakout? Thanks for the stream. Got to cook dinner. Enjoy dinner, bro. Have a good dinner. Thank you for tuning in. Been living in Tokyo for almost 10 years now. Should visit when you have a chance. It's a cool city. I have visited Tokyo, dude. Anyone that's been living in Tokyo for 10 years is like instantly a very cool motherfucker. Instantly a very, very cool person. If you're not from Japan and you've been living in Tokyo for 10 years, you've got a story. And I want to hear it. I love that shit. Yeah, I did visit Tokyo. For me, Japan was a little bit too Japanese. I'll be honest. I mean, I love the Japanese, but it was a little bit too Japanese for me. I couldn't quite do it. It felt like being in the UK a little bit, though. It was an interesting place, Japan. I loved it. I loved it. But I was happy to leave. I was very happy to leave. It was just a bit too much. It was, you know, everything's a bit confusing. I got pulled over by Japanese police. Oh my god, it was so weird. It was an Aston Martin and a BMW M5. I was driving to Mount Fuji. Story time. It's not even a cool story, but it's an okay story. I was driving to Mount Fuji. I was with my dad, and I was being stupid, and I saw those cars, and I was in like, it was stupid. I was in like a Toyota Corolla or something, you know, like tiny. I was in a tiny car, and I was just bombing it down because, you know, I mean, there's an Aston Martin M5. What am I gonna do? I'm from the UK, for fuck's sakes. Like, you know, I grew up driving. You know, I was with the guys driving like RS3s in the UK, and, you know, like I was doing my thing out there. So I was from that kind of culture. So yeah, I mean, I was fucking around a little bit, and these Japanese police came up to me. It was so funny. I mean, Japan, I'm sorry. Like, and I really am sorry. I didn't fuck around at all after that. But they come with this siren that's like out of fucking fascist Italy or something, you know, like those, you guys have, like, European viewers will understand, like, Europe has some really weird sirens, right? America has weird sirens too. Just any country that's like, you know, any country that's like not super like modern has weird sirens, and Japan had it too, strangely. And then this guy comes waving a stick out of the window. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what am I meant to do with this? And they just pulled me over. They were so nice about it though. They just told me to stop, and I did stop. But yeah, Japan was fun. It was weird. I live in Tokyo, but I'm actually Dutch. That's super cool. Just checking what else we have in the live chat here, ladies and gents. Nothing's really going on in the crypto market right now. Not a whole lot else for me to say. If you have missed my analysis, then you know what to do. Feel free to rewind this live stream, watch it on 2x speed if you want to catch up. It will only take you about 2 hours. We're about 200 subscribers away from hitting 133,000. Where are the likes at? 1,400 likes. Wow. Let's get this up to 1,500. And I think I'm going to be heading off soon, guys. I know I was talking about potentially staying on for another 2 hours, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. It's gotten pretty late. I'm streaming for nearly 4 hours. At some point I've got to call it off, you know, and relax. I need to eat. I need to get the protein in, guys. Indonesia is paradise. I wasn't a huge fan of Indonesia. I don't think I saw it properly, but it was cool. Not for me. We want you to stay on. Dude, I want to stay on. I've just started to get a little bit burnt out. I've got a headache, actually. Maybe I should drink more water. You're a young man. You can do it. Go eat. Leave the live on. Actually, that's pretty smart. I could do that. Have I been to Argentina? I've actually never been to South America. Curious to go. But I'm kind of done traveling right now. You know, like I'll go to New Zealand and a couple other spots, but other than that, I'm not really like super keen on traveling anymore. US Air Force Globemaster 3 from Ramstein and where is this? Germany? Flying over the Aegean Sea. Could be that a lot of US Air Force units are being mobilized here. Why not? Traveling is life. Dude, I love traveling. I've done so much of it though. I've been traveling non-stop since I was 17. 22 now. There's been a long like 5 years of traveling. I've done a lot. I'm good to just chill for a bit, you know? Team Legend liking and subscribing from East Coast, baby. New York, New York. The only city in the world naming itself after itself. New York, New York. Fuck yeah. I'm not a New York guy. I'm an upstate New York guy. I don't like Manhattan and all that stuff. Queens and all that shit. Fuck that. Sorry, guys, but fuck that. That's not the... But upstate New York, holy shit. Upstate New York is literally England, but like... everything's bigger. The roads are bigger and shit. Super cool. What about Matic? Dude, honestly, we've gone through every single one of these coins. Like I don't really even want to keep analyzing them unless something happens now, because I'm just gonna keep repeating myself. It's a little bit tiring. Solana's holding steady. Matic looks like it kind of wants to... I mean, this looks like where it would get a rejection, but it's not really getting that rejection right now. If it sweeps above this high, we're probably seeing a little pump, maybe up to 66. Maybe even up to 72. That would be cool. But honestly, I think back tests are going to be quite interesting now. You know, some resistance shorts. What are my roots? My roots are from India and Pakistan, but I've actually never been to either of those countries. What about Phantom? Yeah, I don't think we've looked at Phantom today. Yeah, nothing. Nothing to say. It's got this nice big area of support though, which it's just tagged down here. But what can you say about this? I mean, you know, maybe bounce off support again, down at 58 cents, 55 cents. But I don't know. I mean, if we do manage to get a big bounce, that next target would be 85 cents. This is a pretty nice big range to trade. Obviously, you guys have got phenomenal offers with the links down below. You can check them out. Lots of free trading capital that these exchanges are going to give you when you start trading using my links down below. You will be able to take advantage of these offers and deploy that capital into the market any way you like. Super cool stuff. Very, very flexible stuff there. Nothing really going on in the crypto market though, is there? Bitcoin's holding fairly steady. It's all a continuation though. I don't see it being anything else right now. I mean, it could hold. It could even move up. It's this resistance level, right? Like if we're able to get above this high, then we're back up to 65. This would actually be really nice. That would be a big recovery. And it looks like Bitcoin is printing an ascending triangle. It almost looks like Bitcoin is lagging behind Solana, right? Solana did the same thing here. Ascending triangle, horizontal ceiling. Bitcoin's kind of doing the same thing right now. So if Bitcoin is able to sweep this high at 63, then we're back in business. We're back up into a very, very nice place on the chart, I would say. I got to bounce off myself, but my team will be staying on. Enjoy your night. Hope we helped you out. You did, dude. Thank you so much. Team Legendary, liking and subscribing for the legend himself. You absolute legend, mate. Chris, both, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. I appreciate it. Thank you very much to your team as well. Why don't you tell people if they use your link to trade, you get a percentage of every take profit they make? That's not correct. My understanding, I don't actually fully know this, is there's a payment. It's just like commissions, like the fees you pay the exchange. There's a commission that comes to me, helps the channel out, helps me run the business, pay for my analysts and so on. We've got a lot of stuff. You guys don't see any of it. You just see my beautiful face, but that's what you see. Yeah, I got no shame in saying that. Why would I hide that? It's kind of obvious, I think. Yeah, there's, you know, but it doesn't affect you guys. Like, if anything, you know, these links are going to give you, you know, discounts on fees and so on. Like, you know, it's going to be better than if you just sign up to the exchange on your own. So it's a win for everybody. Yeah, I mean, like, why would I be... I don't have a problem with saying that, dude. It's not something I'm trying to hide. There's like absolutely nothing I'm trying to hide on this channel. Like, you know, it's pretty much always been that way. So yeah. Did I get money from my parents? Hell no. My parents had nothing while I was growing up. I'm from the UK, but I sound more American. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, my parents had no money growing up. My father gave me a small loan of $1 million. I fucking wish. I wish, dude. That'd be sick. I mean, that's the goal of every dad, every family, right? You want to pass on something good to your kids, but I certainly wasn't getting $1 million loan or anything like that. There was a comment. Oh yeah, Gala. A lot of people were asking me about Gala. I haven't looked at this in ages. Haven't ever looked at it seriously, actually. But what's going on with Gala? Pretty shit chart, isn't it? My goodness. Why would you guys want to look at this chart? Major support now. This is a bad chart, though. I mean, I wouldn't want to be holding this. It is a bounce zone. That's the thing. All these coins are at bounce zones. It's all the same picture. It's all the same picture. They're all bouncing off their support. You know, the question is, will it hold? If it doesn't hold, then you're down to the next areas of support. And for me, just eyeballing it, it looks like that next area could be about over here, and then the next area would be the absolute lows down here. That's kind of, and I might even just delete that. It's really just these two, I think. So what is that? 3.3 cents and 1.4 cents against the dollar. Those would be two of the key levels there. If Trump becomes president, what do you think would be the impact on the market? I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know. I don't actually think that the president is as important as most people seem to think for the markets. I think it has some bearing, but it's definitely not like as important as you guys, or not you guys specifically, but like as the public thinks. I think that's my opinion. And that's been proven pretty clearly because, you know, everyone's like, well, if fucking Trump gets elected, then the stock market's going to go up. But I'm sorry, but whose presidential term is this? Is this Trump? Like from 2020, 135% up on the S&P 500. That's fucking Biden. Before that, we had Trump, 2016 to 2020. It was also up. Like, it's not dependent on the president. Not as much as you guys think, anyway. That's my point. In fact, if anything, Biden took over, what, like January of 20, right? So about over here. and it's 60% up since the beginning of his term. And I'm guessing Trump was also January of 20. I don't actually know, but it was 76%. But I mean, they're both big moves. I just don't think, you know, yeah, maybe more upside with Trump. I mean, you know, it would make sense, but it's not really like, you know, before Trump it was Obama and it was the same thing, you know, like you can't, you know, 2012 right here to 2016, it's Obama and it's up by 91%, you know. I mean, Biden started Jan 21, is it? Kind of the same thing though. It doesn't really matter. Jan 21, when was that? Up here. I mean, yeah, we're still up by 40%. I know it's not huge, but, you know, it doesn't matter. The Trump fans don't like that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I mean, you know, I'm not on either side of the spectrum. Well, you guys know that you don't have a good choice between Trump and Biden anyway. They're, you know, neither of them are what you need. It doesn't matter, you know, Democrat, Republican, you know, the markets are the markets. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's president. I really, truly believe that. I guess the exception could be, you know, crazy things like U.S., you know, debt ceiling and whatever, and, you know, defaulting on shit and all those big scary things that, you know, could be coming if there is an irresponsible president. That could have an effect, but that hasn't happened yet. You know, we had, this was interesting. Who was president here in the 2000s? Because nothing happened for the S&P 500 here for about 12 years. So, you know, that could be something to pay attention to. But I'm sure, I mean, that's 12 years, right? Like, Obama got presidency in 2008. So, who was president from 2000 to '08? Who can tell me? I don't know. I was, like, born back here, so I wasn't really paying attention back then. Yeah, I really don't believe that the president has as big of a bearing. Bush, Al Gore, but I don't know which side they were on, you know, like if they were red or blue, but it doesn't matter. I just don't think it matters. So, you know, everyone's always like, oh yeah, Trump is going to like reinvigorate the economy. Yeah, I get it. Like, he's obviously going to be better than Biden at anything he does. That makes sense, but he's still like, it's still not a president thing. Like, it's an economy thing. I just don't, you know, I think they're separate. I don't actually think that the president has as much bearing on the country as most people think. And you guys know this. Americans who've studied America, you know this. You know, like, it's not, the federal government is just one branch of government, you know? It's a big branch, but just one. Bush is Republican, okay. Yeah, I mean, so is it Bush? Is it that Bush was bad, or is it that Trump? You know, is it that Bush was uniquely bad, or is it that Republicans are bad? You know what I mean? Like, Trump is Republican too, right? So is Trump just the savior of America? Maybe. I mean, you know, yeah, the stock market did really well during his term. I'm not denying it. The economy is not the stock market. Yes, you're correct. My bad. Thank you for correcting me, Riley. You are correct. Yes. Another dump loading. Bitcoin's actually moving up, though. Look at this. Bitcoin's chilling. Bitcoin's doing okay. Labor force has been in hard recession since 2008. I mean, by a lot of measures, things have gotten worse. Yeah, since '08. My thoughts on Diddy? I don't know what Diddy is. Sounds like a rapper or something. But yeah, I really don't think, and I don't want you guys to fall into traps like that. Like, it's such like BS media, like narrative shit, you know, to be believing that a certain president is going to be the cause of the stock market doing well. I just don't buy it, you know. I just think they're more independent than that. Why is Solana going up? It's just uniquely strong, dude. And it's also dumped really hard. You know, let's not forget about that. I mean, since this dump like really kind of kicked off, let's say from here down to the low, it's moved down by 34% in 1 day and 14 hours and a day and a half. I mean, it's crazy. It's unbelievable. It's you know, This is huge. So I think that's why. We're about 165 subscribers away from hitting 133k. 165 subscribers left. If you haven't already subscribed, definitely hit that button up. If you haven't already hit the like button, we're so close to 1,500 likes, legends. Smash them up. If you have enjoyed this live stream so far. What effect on US crude oil? I actually don't know that stuff. I'm not really qualified to talk about it. But let me take a look at the chart. Obviously, you'd expect oil to keep going up, wouldn't you? I mean, you know, potential war and inflation and so on. Yeah, of course, you would expect oil to keep going up. It's not like a great chart for technicals. It's not horrible. It's not great. And I don't think it's responsible to do TA on charts like this. I really feel like these kind of charts are much more political in terms of how they work. Yeah, I can't really even like say anything about this chart right now. Up ahead, there's resistance. This resistance is pretty clear. This could be a problem. That's another 10% up. What about Bitcoin Cash? I'm a big time holder, dude. I'm not looking at Bitcoin Cash. Fuck it, I'll look at Bitcoin Cash because you're a viewer, but I don't like Bitcoin Cash. How do you spell Bitcoin Cash now? Because there was Bitcoin Classic as well, wasn't there? They made all sorts. I know this isn't against the dollar, but such a shit chart though. Like, what a fucking joke. Yeah, it's got support here. What else can I say? There's support, that's it. Mom, hurry up, subscribe. In the live chat. The monetary policy of the president is what matters. Like printing money, talking to your kid on the channel that was on yesterday, he will tell you. Fair enough, you're right, yeah. President would influence that. But I mean, we're talking about the stock market specifically. I don't think it has that much of a bearing. And don't forget, the Fed is not the federal government. The Fed is private. It's not the only part of monetary policy, but it's a big part. I'm long on Solana, boys. It's got a pump. Someone's getting gassed up. Solana is pumping up a little bit. It's, like I said, it's up to this resistance zone, 142. That's the short. It's not a short I would necessarily take, but it's not a bad one either. Ah, Bitcoin's up above 63. That's it. That's the move. That's it, ladies and gents. We've got a potential move up to that $65,000 price area now. Ethereum's pumping up, hasn't broken out yet. Bitcoin has broken out. Bitcoin's dominance pulling back a little bit. That's the move for Bitcoin. This is the next area, 66K, 65.5, whatever you want to call it up here. This is going to be the next key area to watch. I don't think anything's going to happen in between here and there. Just a straight line up into that next zone. And like I said earlier, you guys were here when I said it. Drop it in the live chat, ladies and gents, if you remember me saying it. Oh, look at that. We've just printed a massive candle there. A massive wick. If you guys remember me saying it, Solana printed that ascending triangle. Bitcoin followed a little bit late. Let's see what Bitcoin does here. I'm very, very curious. Do I think it can pump more? Hell yeah. It just broke resistance. It can keep going up to 66, the way I see it. My accent is 70% US and 30% Scotland. You guys are so weird. I can talk like I'm from London. It's just you guys might not understand me. I am from West London, yeah. Like, you know, that is like when I'm in. You guys know how it works, right? Like when you talk to like, when I'm talking to like an Indian delivery guy out here in Dubai, I'm not talking to him in the same way I talk to you guys. And in the same way, when I'm in London, I'm not talking to people in London the same way I talk to you guys. You know, like you're gonna change the way you talk a little bit depending on who you talk to, just so you can be understood. And on YouTube, unfortunately, any international setting, the US accent is easier to understand than a British accent. It is just true. For everyone asking Sammy about the Israel situation, just turn on the news. Yeah, I don't think anyone's asking me about the Israel situation, though. What website am I using to watch these graphs? It is TradingView, linked in the description right here. TradingView in brackets where I chart BTC. Lex Friedman, love this guy. Beware of warmongers and the military-industrial complex. A full-on regional war will lead to immeasurable suffering for everyone. It must be avoided at all costs. Obviously, yes. I am shocked that some people disagree with this shit, but yes, of course. What the fuck? Satire account for World War III. Lockheed Martin. Up there. Crazy. Whoa. Iranian drones overwhelming Israel's Iron Dome. Massive lines for gas in Iran. Fuck. This is what I'm saying, guys. The average little guy is always going to get fucked. You know, you can't celebrate this stuff. Citizens of Iran don't want this war. Come on. Get real. No one wants this war. US and British forces intercepting more than 100 drones. What else have we got here? Fucking hell. This is an interesting question. If it's not the US, who would you prefer to be the number one superpower of the world? It might not be the US already. Probably is. Guys, we're so close to 1,500 likes. Pump them up. We got 15 left. Yeah, war monitors, come on. 25 minutes ago. Alex Jones coming in here with the alpha. The bright side is world wars are the only ones we win. Fucking sad statement. Israel's telling people to stay next to shelters, presumably in the northern Golan. I don't know where these places are. Made a quick 20K. Let's go. Shout out to Michael, dude. You legend. Shout out to Michael in the live chat. Profiting 20K off this blood. Good shit, man. Good shit. 20K is a good amount of money to be making in this market. Look at Solana. Flying up to that resistance level. Let's watch what happens when it gets up to that 142 level. If it gets there. Someone's asking me to zoom in on X. You got it, dude. That should be a bit more readable. Sorry about that. Ethereum back over $3,000. Home sweet home. What you doing, dude? Yeah, that's the breakout. Ethereum lagging behind a little bit, gaining a little bit against Bitcoin here. Bitcoin dominance, seeing a little bit more of a pullback. But don't be mistaken. I do still think this thing is going to continue going up. Solana seems stronger than Bitcoin. I mean, yeah, it's an altcoin, right? Altcoins should be stronger than Bitcoin if something's moving. Altcoins are Bitcoin on leverage. That's it. When do you expect alt season to start? Probably toward the late stages of the bull market. But you get mini alt seasons too. Mini alt seasons can happen in between. But yeah, Bitcoin's still grinding up. Looking for that 65K area. Whoa. Russian president declared that Russia will support Iran. I don't know if this is correct, but what? The White House has called a press lid just before 5:13 p.m. today. What time is it in DC? Time in DC. Oh, that was like an hour and a half ago. Indicating that President Biden will not be seen or heard for the rest of the day, making no statements tonight. Wasn't he supposed to make a statement, though? Fuck yeah. Iran's UN mission says military action can be deemed concluded if Israel doesn't respond. I didn't really understand that tweet. Holy shit. Leia's just always happy. If we're pumping, she's happy. If we're dropping, she's happy. Gotta love her. Holy shit. Naval Ravikant. Who here in the live chat knows Naval Ravikant? Shout out to Steve H living in DC. DC is a cool place, man. DC is like one of the coolest parts of America. I mean, like, the people are kind of shit, obviously, because of the people in power, but DC itself, really cool spot. Russian support of the moral nature. Alright, guys. I'm going to call it there. That is 4 hours and 10 minutes. I'm done. I'm done, guys. Thank you all for tuning into this live stream. Wow, what a live stream this has been. Accidentally saw Bitcoin crash. Accidentally streaming during a potential start to World War III. You guys know I don't believe the hype. Everything's always going to turn out okay. It's the only thing we can say to ourselves anyway. But if you guys have enjoyed the stream, you know what to do. Hit up those likes, subscribe, tick the bell, do all that beautiful stuff. You've got huge offers available to you all with the links in the description down below. All you've got to do is start trading using these links, and you will get for Bybit up to $30,000 deposited into your account as a trading bonus. You can trade that however you like, and any profits you generate are yours to withdraw. Free $500 Bitcoin position on Bybit as well. If you want a no KYC alternative, BingX is right there, offering you access to traditional finance markets as well, and over $100,000 in bonuses, which is absolutely amazing. I'm going to call it here, guys. When is my next stream? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I'm going to take it easy, and I'm streaming if there's volatility, right? If there's volatility, I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'll just do a normal video. But that's me. So I'll see you all in the next one, whether it's a live stream or a video. Just make sure that you are subscribed and you've got that bell icon checked so that you do get notified of the next video upload to the channel. Thank you all for tuning in, ladies and gents. Shout out to everyone across the world tuning in. This was one hell of a live stream. And Colorado is the coolest. I didn't really like Colorado. I found Colorado to be really boring and very weird. I didn't like Denver Airport. People talk about like the Denver, like fucking lizards and shit that are in Denver. Denver Airport is so weird. I wasn't like, I got the wrong vibes out of Denver Airport. Not for me. Night City Music is asking me, how do I set up these yellow areas? I literally just, you can't see it. It's on the left-hand side of my screen. Where the paintbrush is, there is a rectangle tool. I'm going to draw a rectangle, and then up here you get a toolbar. It might be somewhere else on your chart, but it will just spawn somewhere, and then you can just change the color. That's it. That's how you do it. All right, guys. Be safe out there. I'll see you all in the